doorsteps, rooftop and car, looking through the window at the snow in my yard, knowing that despite all the warm clothes I wear, how can I compete with the Arctic like air? But yet through all this weather, you won't see me complain. I'm well aware of who controls the cold, heat, and rain. Instead, I'll count my blessings, thank God for what he's done. His tender mercies new each day for me and everyone. Through the window at the snow in my yard, knowing that despite all the warm clothes I wear, how can I compete with the Arctic like air? But yet through all this weather, you won't see me complain. I'm well aware of who controls the cold, heat, and rain. Instead, I'll count my blessings, thank God for what he's done. His tender mercies new each day for me and everyone. Piled on my doorsteps, rooftop and car. Piled on my doorsteps, rooftop and car, looking through the window at the snow in my yard, knowing that despite all the warm clothes I wear, how can I compete with the Arctic like air? But yet through all this weather, you won't see me complain. I'm well aware of who controls the cold, heat, and rain. Instead, I'll count my blessings, thank God for what he's done. His tender mercies new each day for me and everyone. Piled on my doorsteps, rooftop and car, looking through the window at the snow in my yard, knowing that despite all the warm clothes I wear, how can I compete with the Arctic like air? But yet through all this weather, you won't see me complain. I'm well aware of who controls the cold, heat, and rain. Instead, I'll count my blessings, thank God for what he's done. His tender mercies new each day for me and doorsteps, rooftop and car.
Whew. Shalom. Shabbat shalom. Aside from hot, how's everybody doing? Oh, yeah, it's a warm one. Oh, I got it. Thank you. How am I coming in? Am I coming in at all? Okay, all right, 5 by 5. Hallelujah. Praise the Most High, Yah. Woo. Yeah. So Palmetto, you got chicks in there too? Woo. Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Daryl. Oh, it is hot. It is hot. I will say that. Oh God, it's hot. And it came out of nowhere. We just had some days where, it was mid to low 80s, and then bam, all of a sudden, this. I wasn't expecting it. Was not expecting this. Yes, sir, Brother John. Yes, sir. Enjoy your meal, brother. Enjoy your meal. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shabbat shalom to everybody in the chat. We're going to wait another couple minutes, and then we'll get started. Woo! I came flying in the house. Hey, Palmetto, that's exactly what it was today. That's exactly what it was today. 90, lots of humidity, no breezes. None. And I spent part of the day putting up a shade cloth in our some of our grow houses and seed start houses, and in my greenhouses. And I don't know, I wanted to put the shade cloth on me and keep me cool. But without a breeze, it wouldn't have made no difference. Let's lower that a little bit. There we go. Brother Gary, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Woo. Man, oh man. Woo-wee. I'm not messing around with the sun and heat exhaustion. I feel you there, brother. I feel you there. Man, oh man. We've been burning it. What y'all, just while we wait for everybody else to come in and I kill this last fly. Bam. What y'all thinking about this Iran situation? What's y'all's opinion? Go ahead and chime in, my brothers, sisters. Oh, yes, sir, Brother Daryl. Oh, yeah. And I got my opinions on the whole Iran situation. And Fallen Sky Homesteading and Preparedness channel, Shabbat Shalom, brother. That is exactly what my thoughts were about this whole situation. It just seems either this country is that stupid, or it's all just talk. Because it just seems that this whole thing, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it reminds me a lot of World War II. A lot of it. Because you can see the sides, being drawn. You got Ukraine and Russia, obviously. Then you got, this Israel and Iran situation. I don't care that Trump met with was it the prime minister of was it Pakistan or something like that. Pakistan is going to go on India's side. Pakistan's going to go on Iran's side, which is going to go on North Korea's side, which is going to go on Russia's side, which is going to go on China's side. Then you have South American countries, Venezuela. I mean, you see the sides being drawn in this war. You see the sides being drawn, and you got India and U.S. and Israel and Ukraine and Europe if they don't wave the white flag too early. You just see all the sides being drawn, and it just makes me wonder. And that now they're talking about nukes, and we gotta drop bunker busting bombs. A couple of them to reach. To clear away some of the mountain, and then they were gonna drop a low yield nuke. I mean, it's like you're messing with the wrong people. You are messing with the wrong people. So either this thing gets big, or it's just all rhetoric. Then you got the MAGA folk. Trump is playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers, and he better be playing chess because this is a match you don't want to lose. Either he's playing chess and everyone else is playing checkers, or Trump is playing pogs or marbles and the whole world's playing chess. Either way. I was looking at the gas prices and they were already going up, and I was like, this country, hey, who cares about the grand stage? The people in this country are not ready for this. They're just not ready for it. They're not ready to be spending more money on fuel, more money on goods. They're not ready for it. You could have an implosion in this country far before any nuke is dropped. Fearmonger said, I think this is definitely what we've been preparing for the past 5 to 10 years. Fearmonger, I'm inclined to agree with you, brother. I'm inclined to agree. It's funny because people are shortchanging Iran. And I think Iran had a plan here. The whole launching missiles and, they've been cutting back on the amount of missiles they're launching in Israel. Did you ever figure that, does this country believe that they are the only smart people here? Because I'm kind of inclined to believe that people that have survived the way a lot of these, what we call third world countries have, they're ready for a war. This country is not. This country just is not ready for a war. Aside from the cancer that is already spreading in this country, people aren't ready to pay higher prices. No, they're not. No, people aren't ready for, some of the things that are coming this way. When people say sleeper cells, whether it's true or not, I have no clue. I'm inclined to believe that there are sleeper cells, but who knows? If there are, people are not ready for their lives to be disturbed in any way. The people in this country are not ready to be inconvenienced at all. Look at Palmetto. I can't even get a push more for less than 400. Brother, that is the truth. Everything is going up in price. Oh, that's good. Bottom line, the USA needs to be humbled and to be on your side when it happens, because it will happen. I believe, Brother Alex, Shabbat Shalom, brother. I believe that also, brother. It's just, there's a lot of arrogancy that goes around. I have my opinions. And sometimes I don't share them. I think it's interesting that people run around saying that what country should or shouldn't have nukes. I think that the whole idea of the world police. What was the name of that movie? Come on now, it was like the claymation type movie, America. F yeah. It was something world police. This whole idea. If you know the movie I'm talking about, put it in the chat. The whole idea that this country is going to police the whole world is far past. It's far past. That was a long time ago. And saying somebody can't have nukes while others have nukes, in my opinion, is like telling certain people you can have guns while others can't have guns. Now I can understand the idea. It's like, there you go, Team America, World Police. That was it. Palmetto. When you go and say, hey, you can't have nukes because you might press the button and you might nuke somebody. It's kind of like going to like certain people. Like, if you're a guy and you're a white nationalist and you don't like people of other races, but you're not running around committing a crime, to tell that person you can't have a gun because you don't like Hispanics or you don't like blacks, no, you can't do that. The same way you couldn't go to a black guy who was a black nationalist or was it the In Fact Not Effing Around Coalition? Those insane people. Telling them you can't own a gun because you might commit a crime, it sounds like we're going like to pre-crime time. You ain't done nothing yet, but we want to make sure you don't. So telling people you can't, meanwhile, we have a country in North Korea that we know has nukes, that we know is reckless, that we know is partially crazy. And we're not busting in their door, bombing the hell out of them, are we? No. Go to Pakistan and tell them, yeah, y'all aren't going to have no nukes. See what they say. I just think it's insane that this country has taken on the role of world police, trying to determine who can and can't have certain things, spending millions, billions of dollars shipping arms to Ukraine. I just hey, Palmetto. I'm with you there, brother. I just think it's insane that this is what it's become. People are picking fights and then they go off and say, I mean, hey, how long has Netanyahu been saying that Iran was right around the corner from having nukes? It's been several decades. Some say it's been about 3 decades that dude has been saying. I think they have 30 years. That's right. 30 years Netanyahu's been saying, that they're about a year away from getting nukes. They're about 6 months away from getting nukes. In about 8 months, they're going to have nukes. In about 2 years, they're going to have nukes. In about 3 years, they're going to have nukes. I'm telling you, I'm just seeing flashbacks of Iraq. I'm just seeing flashbacks. Saddam Hussein and weapons of mass destruction. We're going to go in there and blow the hell out of the place and put boots on the ground so that we can destabilize the country and kind of get them as a proxy of America. That's what I'm saying. Tell different people that they can't have a gun because they might do will only encourage those people to find a way to get it regardless of what you say. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know. I just think that you're messing with the wrong people, hoping that America comes and get your back. That's the country of Israel. And depending on which way it goes, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know, when they went in and flattened, Gaza, okay. But when you start messing with whole countries and saying, well, you supported this, well, I can look at this country and see a lot of things they supported. I'm just being real. How many things has this country supported that were internationally, that affected other countries or affected other people? And what happens to that? What happened? I'm gonna agree with that's right, Palmetto. That's right. I agree with you 100%, Palmetto. 100%. I agree 100%. So where we're going, man, where we're going is, listen, ain't none of my business. But all I know is this. All I know is this. I don't get involved with a lot of the politics stuff. Sister, New World, that's a great point. Don't pick fights with people who do not fear death, and one of their weapons is reproducing. Jay Moore said, it's only a war crime if you don't win. Yeah, we know the victors are the ones that make the rules. The victors are the ones that make the rules. And I'll say this. If this country gets involved in another Vietnam-like war, or if these countries fight back, we'll see. All I know is this. We were told no more new wars. We were told we were going to see the Epstein files now. We were told a lot of things. And, I'm very careful of the politic game, because when I look at, how critical people are, and that's one of the great things about being impartial. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Harris. I didn't vote for Trump because I don't vote. One of the things that I really, really enjoy sitting here and watching both sides is I watch the hypocrisy. People will say, well, Biden said this, Biden said that, Biden. Okay, now we're looking at Trump. And everyone's like, oh, well, he's got time. Well, he could. You want to know what I do? I sit in the middle and I watch everybody fight. I watch everybody fight and everybody claim what they don't know. The reality of these situations is this. We're all sitting here and we don't know. We don't know. I see people talking for Trump the same way I see people talking for Biden. And I'm like, how do y'all know that Biden believed this? How do you know that Trump believes this? Because he said it? The fact that a politician is on the main stage lets you know he's lying. So the idea that people are throwing their support or believe that a man is trustworthy, for me, is just astounding. It is astounding. Who here believes any of these presidents have you and your well-being in mind when they do something? Anybody? Anybody? Who here really believes that any of these presidents, who here believes that Barack Hussein Obama was really there for black folk? Raise your hand. Who here believes that Trump is really here for the middle class? Raise your hand. And you'll have black people raise their hand, yeah, Obama. You'll have middle classes, oh, Trump. And I'm looking at this whole thing, and I'm like, this is insane. Brother Alex said it best. There are no public servants on those ballots. Not one. Not one. There you go. There you go, fear monger. Yep. So I sit here and I say, I'm not throwing my support behind any of them. The reason that we should be aware of the things that are taking place around the world is because we should. One of the things that as a believer, as a follower of Messiah, as a follower of Yah, is that we, when we see things like that, we should know which move we should make. So let's just throw some ideas out there, because we got some really wise brothers, really smart brothers that have their eyes open. Watch me. What are some of the things, brothers, that you should be doing based on what you are seeing right now? Go ahead and put it in the comment section. What is just some things you should be doing? Because I know the first thing is you may want to make sure that what you're doing aligns up with what Yah has for you to do. I would say that. Brother Alex, that's a good one. Getting out of debt. That is a great one. And if you're one of those, I got student debt, okay. Any of those credit cards on it, take care of that debt. If you can't take care of your student debt, take care of your credit card debt. Take care of your other smaller debts. Oh, that's a good one. Fear Yah and protect my family. Brother Nathaniel, that's a good one. Woo! Increase our faith, keep the commandments. Increase your faith. That is something that we can start seeing challenged. As the keeping of the commandments and increasing our faith. You're going to start, I believe, my personal opinion, we're going to start seeing a lot more people question their faith, because they're going to realize that the things that they believed in didn't matter. It wasn't about the pastor you followed. It wasn't about the president you voted for. It was about, did you serve Yah and keep the commandments? Did you follow what Yah had you to do? Did you have enough faith to pursue what he said, follow it, even though things on the left and the right look a certain way? Did you choose to follow Yah? Jay Moore said, hiding your family from the evil of this world. The prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. Peaches, Shabbat Shalom, sis. The prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. Hideth himself. The foolish one passes on and is punished. Out of part, I just saw your comment. Shabbat Shalom, brother. Chicken Farmer Plus, Shabbat Shalom. Chasing the desire of the Father. That's it. Chasing what Yah has for you. Woo! It's interesting because I'm watching a lot of people dog paddle now. They're doing whatever they can to keep their head above the water. It's sad because so many people believe that, I have all the time in the world and I can still do this and do that and do this and do that. I'll keep the commandments later. I'll move where Yah told me to go later. I'll pursue and do this later. And we're figuring out that later wasn't 5 years from now. Later is today. Later is right now. Right now. One of the things that I see most is that people have a lack of movement. Not until you're forced to. Get closer and closer to Yah. Become debt-free. Store up food and arm yourself and your family for protection. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. I'm just saying that I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I'm really trying not to do that. But I'm very apprehensive and I'm being very careful because it seems that I have a House Lamar, Shabbat Shalom, brother. I wanted to say this. I'm not going to give out too many details yet, but I do have a possible interview coming up on a much, much, much larger channel than myself. I didn't know the person watched my channel, but he watched the channel and saw the last video that I did, and he wanted to, I guess, pick my brain on some of the ideas in the last video I did, where I talked about how with the pricing out of people and the rising homelessness, I see more and more people turning to military service as a way of eating and having medical coverage and roof, and he wanted to pick my brain on that a little bit. So I'm not giving the details out yet, but I will be, if I decide to do this interview, it's a much larger channel, but way bigger channel than mine. I will be letting y'all know when, where I'll be doing it. Because it reminds me of like back in the hood, back in the neighborhood. The only way you could really leave the hood outside of making or dealing and making the money and getting out was a lot of dudes went to the military. And that was their escape. And it just seems that we're headed that way now, that there's kind of a push. Or there could be a push. There could be a push for service. Especially if this thing gets boots on the ground. And we already know that, I don't know, there's just a lot of there's a lot of things I've been noticing, kind of keeping quiet on and just kind of seeing that if I can put the pieces together, I know I'm not going to be successful at their agenda, but I think that sometimes you can have an idea. That's right, brother Alex said it right there. You're either going to the military or you're good at sports. That was it. Those are two things. You're going to the military or you're going to be good at sports to get your scholarship. That was the only way to leave the hood. And I see those times, I have my ears to the ground a little bit, and I know a couple teachers back in SoCal, and they were telling me that the recruiters are hitting it hard, just like they did. This is from their mouth. The recruiters are hitting the high schools hard, just like it did right after September 11th. They said the recruiters are showing up on campus. The Marines are coming hard. The Navy's coming hard and the Army's coming hard. They said those three, they're sending, massive. I got some friends that are even up in the school district, the district office, and the recruiters are, they're hitting it hard. They're asking for permission. They're hitting those schools hard. I'm like, daily. They're encouraging more and more students to take the ASVAB and to make sure that something. I just think something big is coming. I think something big is coming. But thank you, brother Daryl. If I decide to do the interview, I will. I'll let y'all know. I'll do a video, then link to the channel, and shout the channel out. I don't know. I'm all good with prepper channels, and I like prepper channels and everything. You know how it is. You know how it is. I just want to make sure that I'm representing Yah first and foremost, more than anything else. And if I believe that would not be the case, I don't want to do it. Man. anyways, I just want to put that out there. I'm seeing a lot happening in this world, and I don't think that a lot of people can put together the pieces of. I don't think that people understand geopolitics, or how what can happen in one nation can affect them. I don't think people have understood that. I don't think that people understand when nations decide to ally with each other, what that really means for them, how it affects them. Oh, wait. LaFrance Hart. All right. LaFrance Hart said, they offer bonuses to signers also. I'm an Army reservist, 18 plus years. Y'all willing? I'll be retiring in less than 2 years. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Brother LaFrance. And thank you for that. They are offering bonuses. Yes, sir. Man, less than 2 years. There's another brother that is part of our channel. I don't want to say his name, but he was talking about that he's been shipped out. I'm just like, man. But Overbus said, garden is popping. Hallelujah, brother. Hallelujah. Praise ya. Wait, did I miss a comment? I think I missed a comment. No, I didn't miss a comment. Okay. What I wanted to say is, I remember being a person that was very angry. Very, very angry. And I'm gonna mention some ministries names in this live stream, and I've gotten to a point. Oh wait, but Alex said one of my buddies just officially retired out of the Army. Super happy for him. Hallelujah. Yes. And the other brother that we know, I think he said he was retiring soon. Oh man, I hope soon, because it just seems that the closer we get to 2030, it's amazing, because I talk to some people and they're like, man, 2030 is going to be a bad year. And I'm like, you do know we get to 2030, right? Like, it's going to progressively get bad and worse until we get there. It's not going to be like 2030 hits and then, they say 2030 is going to be what, the great reset. That means that everything has to already be in order to hit that button, reset, which means it's the years that lead up. It's kind of like the story of Joseph. There were 7 years that led up to the famine. Like, you knew the famine was coming, so you had time to get ready for it. People today are like waiting for the day of, and that just seems to be our nature. I don't understand it. We want to wait till the day of and then decide that we want to make a move, and we think that we're always going to be blessed doing that. No, what you may end up doing is leaving Sodom and Gomorrah, losing family members on the way out of Sodom and Gomorrah, and then getting to the mountains thinking the whole world is destroyed. And we know what Lot's daughters and Lot did. I think it would just behoove us and be wiser for us to see the signs ahead of time, prepare ourselves, not overlook the warnings, not say, oh, well, nothing happened during the COVID, so I'll be fine. No, everything is a lead up. It's a setup. It's like baseball. In baseball, you have your starting pitcher, then you have your reliever, then you have your setup man, and then you have your closer. We've had plenty of starting years and relief years, and now we've been set up. And it looks like we're getting closer and closer to the door being closed. That's right, Brother Lamar. Yes, sir. Cognitive dissonance. Where you going? Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's right, Alex. That's exactly it. Station is station ball, not home run derby. You're not sending Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire up there. You're sending guys like Tony Gwynn, one of the best hitters that I think ever played the game. He didn't go up there and crack home runs. He would get on base, and then he would be sacrificed to second base, then hit the third base, and then home. That man, Brother John, that's the truth. Yeah, I'm having flashbacks of trying to explain that we don't need end times to be in deep shit. That's exactly it. We do not, it does not need to be the end of the game, the fourth quarter with 10 seconds left for us to realize we're in trouble. It's like playing basketball and realizing in the last 5 minutes of the game, man, we're down by 20, we might lose. Now, if you're down by 20 at halftime, you should reevaluate your game plan. Brother Daryl Vick, that's a great question. Brother Daryl Vick, before I go into the talk, that's a great question because there's a lot of people pushing out this, they understand the end times, and you're seeing a lot of different perspectives of people's ideas of the end times. One of the things that I look at in reference to the end times is I ask the question of, do you know enough to not be deceived on the end times? There are people saying, well, the end time, the end is near. I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure the end is near right now? Are you sure the end is now? I guarantee you during World War II, people thought we were in the end times. Guarantee you. During World War II, people thought we were headed to the end times. And guess what happened? To be honest, I have no clue. I find it interesting that every single time, the Seventh-day Adventists at one point in time proclaimed that the end times were here, and they were wrong. I would say this: we should know enough to know what just like Brother Daryl Vick said, to know what the signs are. And if the signs aren't there, you shouldn't be afraid to say, this is not the end times, but this could be a precursor. This could lead up to the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years of just hell. Ooh. I'm making so many comments. I like that, Brother Gary. I'm sorry, I'm missing so many comments. Chris, you know it's the end times when the two witnesses are in Jerusalem. Till then, we're just in deep shit. Yes. 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 wait. But Alex said, I am 100% confident we live in the right now times. What is actionable right now is the prudent question. That's the question, brother. That's the question. What time? It's not a matter of, is it the end times? Is Messiah coming, in 6 weeks? The question is what time are you in right now? What do you see right now? Some people say, hey, don't worry about it. And if that's your course, then don't worry about it. If you've been told, I got people argue with me all the time. Brother, you should just this, that, and the other. Okay, well then, hey, time out. If that's what you feel, then that's what you should do. If you're being told that you shouldn't worry about it, then don't get mad at me. You should obey what it is that you were told to do. Don't do anything about it then. For me, I was told something else, to do something. So that's what I'm doing. And I'm talking to those that equally have it put in their spirit to do something. If that's not what was put in your spirit, then don't worry about it. Sometimes it seems that people get so offended, and that's one of the things that I've come across in finding a peace and not being so mad about things. As that everybody wants their conviction to be your conviction. And if your conviction is not their conviction, they in some way believe that there has to be a great correction. And I'm just like, dude, not every prophet was told to go to Nineveh. What don't you understand about that? Jonah was. You understand? Everybody has, I mean, hi, bud. When we talk about culture, like I said last week, I find it amazing that everybody focuses on the culture of head coverings and skirts, but nobody focuses on agriculture. So I'm not here to argue with people about what it is that people believe. You know, in my studying of the Bible, I see two different perspectives, especially in the renewed covenant. I see especially in today's time, I see a lot of people that want to debate and argue, and they want to go and run to that debate thy cause. I also see it several times where it says in the book of Proverbs, don't argue with a fool. I see that multiple times. I see it, don't get in these meaningless debates about the law or about genealogies. When I started to really serve Yah and I started to find peace in Yah and peace with following him, I lost the urge to want to go around and argue with everybody. Man, the encouraging community said, oh, I can't see your comment. They focus on the world culture, but not agriculture. That's absolutely it. That is absolutely it. Which is what a lot of our feast days are based on. I found myself being more at peace, just not arguing with anybody. If you're going to talk about my Yah, yeah, we'll have a discussion. But I've realized, like, you know, and I'm gonna mention some ministries. I mentioned, and I realized on my time of arguing with, like, let's say, Straightway, and many people know that I talked about them for a lot of time. And when I became comfortable, and it was a weird feeling. I was like, wait a minute. So, yeah, I'm serving Yah, but I feel like I'm charged to argue with people. And when I look through the scriptures, when I look at our ancients were so confident in what they were walking, they didn't spend their time arguing. They walked out their life. Most of what they lived was the light that shined, not their words. Today, it's words. We argue, we fuss, we fight, but we don't live. We don't live. I have found more peace in just living it. I am relieving Straightway, and I want to argue, and I want to fuss, and I want to fight because I was angry. And I realized, you want to know what the best argument is? Walking it out. Walking it out. I'm gonna be real. Most people don't even know if they believe what they believe because they haven't walked out what they said they believe. They're still trying to convince themselves if what they believe is what they believe. Man, what is that? Palmetto. Oh, wait, Chicken Farmer Plus. Fighting over trivial matters instead of focusing on the life we were commanded to live. Brother, I could have said it more perfect. That is perfect, brother. That's perfect. Brother, I want to read that again. Chicken Farmer Plus. Bless you, brother. Shabbat Shalom. Chicken Farmer Plus said, fighting over trivial matters instead of focusing on the life we were commanded to live. What were you commanded to live? What were you commanded to live? You can go to the law and you can find that. Go to the law and read what you're commanded to live. Live it. Live it. Stop being afraid to live it. Stop believing that you have to try and convince people to want to live the way you do. Because here's what I look at and I say, when I live this life, y'all did not come to me and say, "Hey, it's good. You need 25 people to substantiate the way you live in order for me to have told you that." How many people in the Bible did Yah tell them to do something, but he didn't tell everybody else to do it? I like brother Gary. Yes, sir. I've heard the story, and yes, sir. They're just being scorpions. Brother, that's good. They're just being scorpions. Palmetto, I'm with you, Palmetto. Palmetto said, I feel really bad for people that come to Torah and immediately join a group. That was my mistake, brother. That was my mistake. When I first came to Torah, because I was already not doing certain things. You know, I wasn't doing Christmas. I wasn't doing Thanksgiving. I wasn't doing the holidays. And I can honestly say this: the biggest mistake ever made in my walk with Yah was coming in and joining a group. That was my biggest mistake. I wasted so much time because I was already studying, I was already growing, I was already putting forth actions, and then came the doctrines from these other ministries that Brother Nathaniel, it's all good, brother. Hey, Brother Nathaniel, we we both made the same mistake, brother. And look at us now. Hallelujah. Look at us now, Brother Nathaniel. Bless you, my brother. That man, Sister Peaches. I want to say what our sister said. Amen and amen, Aki. We are encouraged not to debate the scriptures. If you ask, I'll give an answer. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. Yes, Sister Peach. I need to put her up there. Where you at, sister? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? I need to put that comment up there. There it is. Woo! Bless you, sister. Bless you, bless you. You know, the Bible tells us to be ready to give answer. Be ready to give answer to or of your belief. One of the things I teach in this household to the sisters here, even my children as they're growing up, my sons as they're growing up, my daughters as they're growing up, you have to be ready to give an answer to what you believe. You don't want to be that person that says, well, I believe it because my dad believes it. I mean, when you're young, yeah. But when you start getting into the age, like I have daughters that are approaching 18 in a couple years. At this point in time, you should know why you believe what you believe. You should be ready and able to answer it. You should be ready and willing to be able to answer, why is it you're not running the streets? Why is it you ain't no hoe? Why is it that you listen and obey your father and your mother and your other mom? Why is it that you love your brothers and your sisters? Why is it? I'm not here to debate and argue with people anymore. I spent years doing that. I remember when I first came onto the channel and started talking about polygyny. It was like, I don't know what it was, but it had to have been some sort of spirit of contention that was in me, where I wanted people to disagree so that I could roll over them. But as I matured in the faith, and as I matured as a man, and as my focus became more on what is important, like my family, and not on trying to make other people look stupid, as my focus more honed in on what the book says, what the law says, I stopped wanting to argue with people. I stopped wanting to get into this exposure. I want to expose everybody. Drama became less important to me. I don't want to get in drama involved, conversations. I want to be able to say, hey, you know what? Thank you. I can say that today. I can say that without being in any way, shape, or form angry. I can say, thank you for the things that I learned from Straightway. Thank you. All the rest is bullshit. I can say that from my heart. Thank you for the things that I learned, and the rest is bullshit. I can say that from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Thank you for what I learned, and the rest was bullshit. I can say that from my experiences in the hood, because I learned some things in the hood. I learned how to survive in the streets. I can say thank you to all the G's and OGs that taught me. All the G's and OGs that taught me and helped me and gave me the tools I needed to survive. Thank you. But the rest was bullshit. See, we don't know how to say that. We don't know how to say, hey, as the saying goes, chew up the meat, spit out the bones. Because these churches and these ministries make you believe that all of it is meat. And if you dare spit anything out, then you ain't going to the kingdom. And because we don't know the Bible, we only know what they teach us. We believe what they say. But when here's what I will say. When you can fully believe what the Bible says, minus any person, now your faith is real. If your faith is always based on, I need a pastor, I need an elder, I need a brother to substantiate what I'm saying, then how do you say you have how do you say the Holy Spirit leads and guides you when you always need a man to substantiate what the Holy Spirit is saying? Hey, Brother Gary, I just saw your comment. I admit my mistake. When I came to Torah, I was one of those Torah terrorists. I had to show everyone how right I was. Now, years later, it's about how right Yah is. Brother, I was the same way. I came into the faith, and the first thing I thought was, I'm going to tell my family what the book says, and if they don't accept what the book says, they're liars, and they want to see me fall, and I have to separate myself from them. There's a brother, I want to shout him out, because he did a great YouTube video, and it's something, not a YouTube, Facebook video. It's something that I've been saying for a couple years now. I believe it. I don't know the brother's first name, but his YouTube or Facebook page is the Hughes Tribe, Hughes, the Hughes Tribe, and he did a great video, live video about how there's so many churches, ministries that teach you that if your family does not keep the law, separate from them and throw them away because they're wicked. And I'm like, wait a minute. If they aren't harming your walk, why are you throwing them away? Why are you throwing them away? If they're not hindering your walk, why are you throwing them away? Isn't it mighty amazing that these ministries will teach you to separate from your family, but then to get your family that may have been instrumental in helping you, your mother and your father, that even if they didn't know the Torah, they raised you the best way they knew how. They kept you away from shit. Now, you're charged because you joined a ministry. They want to separate you from your mother and your father. They want you to get rid of everybody that isn't in the faith. But isn't it kind of ironic that you get rid of all your natural family that's not in the faith, but then you walk your ass to Walmart and go to work and work with other employees and bosses that aren't in the faith? You go to a grocery store and buy food from people that aren't in the faith? You buy cement and concrete and have the truck bring the cement truck to your land and pour slabs. They ain't in the faith. You'll hobnob, you'll say hi, you'll shake hands, you'll do all these things with people that aren't in the faith. But your family, you gotta throw them away. Don't throw those people away, but just throw your family away. You see, these ministries want to separate you. It is Overbus. It is absolutely cultish. They want to separate you from anybody that might look at it and be like, you might want to take a second look at this thing. You may want to take a second look at this thing. You may want to. It takes me back. I'm going to shout my mom out, who's been dead for many years. She died when I was 18. When I was in high school, she warned me of a woman that I should not have married. And out of high school, I married that woman. Subsequently, a lot went on, and adultery was committed on me, and other stuff happened that was just preposterous. Now, I thought that my mother was against it for her own personal reasons. I thought she was judgmental and racist. That's what I thought. Come to find out, she was judgmental. She wasn't racist. She had no problem with the color. She had problems with the content of the person. But I threw away her opinion because I had all these notions about my mother, not knowing that my mother was not in the faith. Does it mean that she did not want what was best for me? Does it mean that she didn't love me because she said something that I didn't want to hear? You see, you can have people that aren't in the faith that can care for you, love you, respect you, or want to see what's best for you. I got people today that know I'm in the faith, know that I believe in biblical marriage. They don't agree with it at all. And they have no problem supporting what I do. They have no problem supporting my faith. Well, you're told to hate your family, cast your family aside. They ain't done nothing. And I've had to spend years rebuilding relationships with family members that I threw away because they weren't in the faith. They weren't trying to hinder. They may have asked questions. Hey, why do you do things this way? Why do you do things that way? And I would answer the question. They'd be like, interesting. Thank you for answering the question. It at least makes sense. I would show them some Bible scriptures. It at least makes sense. You see, as I matured in my walk with Yah, as my focus became less on the traditions of men and what was actually written in the pages, I grew. I've had to learn not to be an abrasive asshole. It's not my natural state to be polite. Maybe I'm just getting older. Oh man. Oh. Man, Adapari said, bless you, my brother. He said, we are called to be a light, but instead we're too busy trying to be right. Woo! We think holiness and set apartness is destroying everybody else. We're not being a light. We're too busy trying to put anybody else's light out. That's what we're trying to do. So when I came out of that ministry, I came out angry. I came out frustrated. I came out, with all these judgments on everybody else. And as I've read the book, believed the book and walked the book out, the first thing I realized is how much they make up. I did not know how much churches made up until I started to read myself. I did not know how much these ministries make up until I read the book myself. And then as I realized how far away from Yah, how many traditions I was following, I did not know when I was in that ministry how much of a Pentecostal I was. I was like, wait a minute, I came to serve Yah, and I'm like partial Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal, holiness churches, some apostolic flavoring. You know, I'm not serving Yah. I'm serving traditions of men. I'm serving Parham. I'm serving a lot of Charleses. I'm not serving Yah. And what that does is that it eats at you. Because see, I knew that I wasn't serving Yah. I knew it. But hey, you know, I was trying to fit in, trying to go along until that day, that opportunity opened up where I had to walk away from the idea of community because it wasn't in the scriptures. And who would have known? Walking away from that led me to a period of time in which I probably was the poorest I've ever been. For those that don't know, that's when I was getting cans and bottles out of trash cans to survive. I had warrants, and I was in trouble. To come out of all that, to have your name cleared, to watch Yah. I don't know how many of you have ever just watched Yah, but you watch the warrants go away. Oh yeah. You show up in court, you thinking, oh, I'm going to jail, and they're like, yeah, well, there was a clerical error. A clerical error? Yeah, it was a clerical error. Your warrant has been rescinded. Your bench warrant has been rescinded. Oh, I was coming to clear it. I'm thinking that shit. I had to have my affairs in order because I think I'm going to jail. And then to watch things work out, and you're like, see, no man can do what just happened there. When you see Yah work in a way that there's no manipulation, there's no game playing, because it's only you and him. That's it. It wasn't the action of an attorney. It wasn't the action of a pastor. It wasn't the action of a cop. It was you and Yah, and you're going in thinking, I'm busted. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Tanisha, it's a wrap. And you come in your head like, wait, what just happened? What just happened? Yah, you heard my prayer? You know what? And you can't thank anybody. I don't know if any of y'all have ever been in that place where something happens in your life for the good. And it could just be you deserved worse and you didn't get it. And you walk out of the situation kind of like, huh? And you know the only one that could have ever gotten you out of that was Yah. Ever gotten you out of that was the Most High himself. See, that strengthened my belief more than anything I've ever experienced. Nathaniel, you ain't lying. The stronger I get in faith, the easier it gets to not need to have other people see me as being right or smart. Oh, I did not see that comment, but I need to put that up there. Brother Alex, I need to. Brother, I need to speak on that. Woo, Brother Alex. Where's it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? There it is. Brother Alex. I need to read that again. The stronger I get in faith, the easier it gets to not need to have other people see me as being right or smart or strong or whatever. Brother, man, we must be on a similar stage, brother. The stronger, brother, I will be a second witness to what you just said. I was just talking to my family about that within the last couple of weeks. The more I walk this path, the stronger I get, the more I believe, without question, the less I care about what other people say. It doesn't even faze me because I know who I'm following. I don't need them to see me as right. I don't need them to second me. I don't need to get in an argument about it. I'll talk to another brother and he'll be like, huh. And when you read the book, you'll see that men that believed in Yah, they didn't walk around trying to get a bunch of other people to rah-rah. Tell me, brothers, when in the story of Abraham, as he was walking and serving Yah, where did he run around trying to get people to back him up? How about Isaac? Now, it doesn't mean that people won't see your walk and fellowship with you. But I think that's too many times we may be given something from the Most High that does not go against his law, it doesn't harm your brother. It may even be loving your brother. There have been times years ago when I was part of these bullshit camps and ministries where I wanted to do something right for a brother. But you know how it goes. You better let the pastor know first, because the pastor's going to decide whether that brother deserves it or not. So the Holy Spirit can convict me, hey, go help that brother. Go do this for that brother. Go, the brother needs a prayer, a hand day, $100. But I can't do that. Now I can pray for him, but I can't give him $100 because I have to give that to the pastor, and then the pastor will use his discernment through the Holy Spirit to determine whether that brother deserves it. You see, as I got stronger, I literally have stopped caring about what the traditions of men say. I will ask this question, brother, can you show me in the book where it say that? Can you show me in the law, which is what defines sin? If you can't show me that in the law, then can you kindly shut the hell up? I'm not here to follow your tradition. I am here to serve my master. And it ain't you. Man, Brother Gary, that's it. The pastor's discernment tells him that he needs a new jet more than a poor brother needs that $100. Absolutely. Absolutely. The narrow path requires our full focus. If you start looking to the side, you drift off without even noticing. Brother, yes. Out of part, yes. We did I can't remember the details, but in math science, we did a equation like that, where if you are walking with somebody in a straight line, and it was like every 100 feet, or every 100 yards, you veer off an inch. So that means after 1,200 yards, you would have veered off a foot. And it keeps going mathematically. You know, and we had to break it down by how many miles can an average person walk in a day. I think we said I think we did that 12 miles a day. But at the end of like a week or at the end of a month, there's a huge distance, and that's only at veering off an inch over the course. So I'm gonna do the mathematics of that and bring that equation on one of the live streams. That's only veering off an inch every 100 yards. That should let you know, as my brother Adapari is saying, that should let you know how important it is for you to focus on staying on the path the Most High has you on. Because if you veer off 1 inch every 100 yards, at the end of 1,200 yards, you are off what? A foot? And let's just say, isn't it about 3,600 feet, give or take, for a mile? So let's just say at the end of a day, you're about 12 feet away from where you're supposed to be. Every day. 2 days, 24 feet. 3 days, 36 feet. 4 days, 48 feet. 5 days, 60 feet. 6 days, 72 feet. And by the time the Shabbat comes, you are 84 feet. In 1 week, you have veered off your designated path 84 feet. And that's just 1 inch every 100 yards. Oh, okay, 5,200. Thank you, Bird J. Morris. I'll let you know. Don't listen to when I talk about being a mile. Thank you, J. Morris. Thank you, Bird Daryl Vick. Thank you. But that gives you an idea of how far you're going to be veered off. How far you're going to be at the end of a week. You are 84 feet away from where you're supposed to be. 84 feet. Multiply that. Can someone do that math? Multiply 84 feet times what? Let's do it times a month. 84 times, let's say 4 weeks. 32, 300, roughly 336 feet. At the end of a month, you are 1 football field away from where you're supposed to be in 1 month. Multiply that times 12. Multiply that times however many years you spend walking, not on the path that you're supposed to be, but on the path that only veers you off an inch every 100 yards. Oh man, as Palmetto said, imagine if you're just following the guy with the compass. You can be way off, especially if nobody is allowed to question him. Right. Which is why I would suggest highly, if you are part of a group that fellowships, it should be a situation in which you are able to raise your hand or speak out in that fellowship. It should not in any way resemble a church where the pastor sits up there and talks for 2 hours and shows you all the slides and does all the verses and you just sit there. When Yeshua spoke, constantly people would ask him questions. Constantly. In fact, if you actually read the book, okay, the Bible says that women should be quiet in church and ask their husbands questions at home. Now, if Paul is literally saying that the women should be quiet, then what are the other men? What are the men doing? If it's specific for the women to be quiet in church, then what are the men doing in church or assembly? What are they doing? Just putting it in perspective. Brother Jerry. Brother Daryl Vick, I would venture to say that the men are speaking out, which is there probably was men and women speaking out, and Paul had to bring an order and say, "Hey, women, y'all ask your husbands at home. Leave the speaking out for the men. Let them talk it out amongst each other." So this whole idea of church, where you sit at the bottom and don't say a word, you just take everything that you hear. Over but most likely arguing. That probably was the case. When you see these churches operate, because when we read the book, when we read Yeshua and his sermons, you see interactions. And if you made a question that put the pastor on blast, how dare you? Right, brother. Right. If you dare ask a question in church that the pastor can't answer, then you're causing dissension. You see, these camps, ministries, you know exactly where they got their blueprint from. You know exactly where they get their blueprints from. And it's not the book. It's not the Bible. It is not the Bible. Fellowship should be just that. It should be an opportunity for us to talk. Hey, I would say this. It would be an opportunity for us to even disagree and still at the end of the disagreement, hug each other and call each other brethren. And you know what, Palmetto, I just read your comment. I know a lot of families that got burned by a community with bad doctrine and went right back into the world. To me, when I look at this is just what I see. The reason that these churches or the reason that these families go back to the world is because the doctrine oftentimes is that bad. It is that bad that they are like, you know what? To hell with anything that has to do with this. Anything that has to do with, you know, like in traditional Westernized Christianity, when people hear bad doctrine, they go to another church. When doctrine is that bad that it destroys a person's faith, people will say, well, they just couldn't handle the truth. Are you sure? Or was what you were saying so bad that they equated it to being just as bad as the world? There you go, Overed Bus. Like not being able to wear shorts. Because usually what I've noticed, because I've talked to several men that had families that left ministries, the particular one, but also these camps, and they're like, I'm done. I'm done with y'all. I'm done with the Hebrew Israelite movement. I'm like, whoa, brother. When do you ever hear me claim I'm a Hebrew Israelite? When do you ever hear me say that? You don't. You're not coming back to a religion. You're coming back to the Father. And the Father is not a religion. Yah is not a religion. Yah is not the traditions of man. And what I find out is a lot of these brothers, they hear shit that is not from the Bible, like all things in common. They hear that preached as a required doctrine. So that these men will say, well, if that is required, I don't see it in the Torah. I see one account in Acts where, and even in that, they didn't sell. We could go on and on about this one. They sold a possession, not everything they own. They sold a possession. Some may have sold more than one possession. Some may have sold 3 possessions, 5. And the whole point was so that those that were less fortunate could have. You didn't sell everything and put yourself in a place of less fortunate. I digress. When they finally start reading the book, and see, and a lot of times that happens when they leave completely because they believe the pastor, where all their faith and belief and trust should be in the pastor. So a lot of these people believe that when they leave the ministry because it's full of shit, they believe they're leaving Yah. Instead of leaving the traditions of this church, ministry, or camp, they believe because they've been taught this, they're leaving Yah. That's bullshit. For you teachers and you so-called lying-ass shepherds and bishops or whatever the hell you want to call yourself, for you to teach that by leaving you, they're leaving Yah is a lie. Because that would mean that somewhere in that hierarchy, you're in there. Yah, Yahshua, husband, wife. Where the hell are you at? The only way for that to take place is for you to input yourself. That's why if you look at the hierarchy, Yahshua didn't leave Yah. Husband cannot leave Yahshua. Wife cannot leave husband. You see how that goes? But nowhere in there do you see pastor. But Jay Moore said, I'm a believer and follower of the word of Yah. I don't go by any of the labels. Brother, I'm past the labels too. I just want to serve Yah. I just want to serve Yah. I am a believer of Yahshua. I keep the commandments. Brother Aki, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Aki. Shabbat Shalom. Woo. My aunt wants to address me because I won't attend a church building, because that's what it is. And the more I have separated myself from these traditions of men, because if you really want to understand it, y'all, going to church is just a tradition. Think about it. Think about it. Ask them to show you in the law where it says that you are to go to church. You are to fellowship, but even then, there were certain days that were holy convocations or holy gatherings. It doesn't even mean you have to go to church or go to fellowship every Shabbat. Show me that verse in the Bible, y'all. No, I understand that men went to the synagogue and discussed the law. Where does it say that it is required that every Shabbat you go to the synagogue and discuss the law? I can tell you this, though. I do see that it is required that you rest on Shabbat. Can we agree with that one? Can we all agree with that one? Do we all see it is a requirement to rest on Shabbat? That's the one, that is the one requirement that I see. Not just you, your family, your animals, your servants, they are to rest on Shabbat. And yet, we have churches that'll tell you that you are in some way forsaking the assembly of the saints if you do not come to the building on Shabbat where they can take attendance and put a little X next to your name to mark that you were here. They might as well do what they did in grade school. House of Chris, here. House of Gary Bromelin, here. House of Palmetto Paratrooper, here. House of Adapari. House of Adapari. You know, Adapari, if you don't start coming to class, you're not going to make it to the next grade. You will not pass. So you better start coming to class. Brother Aki, brother, family is the first ministry. That's the book. That's the Bible. Yeshua, husband, wife, children. Somehow, the tradition of man has seeped in, and church family has somehow become part of that. I'm not saying don't fellowship. I'm not saying don't come together and have discussions with other men. What I am saying is you are commanded on the Shabbat to rest. That's what it says. Somehow this thing gets spun out of control. See, when you follow the law, you'll stop being so mad. As Brother Alex had said earlier, you stop worrying about what everybody else says. Go ahead and talk your shit and don't bother me. Oh, Brother Aki, church pastors' children are some of the worst. I know, because as being part of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, my parents were high up. Me and the pastor's son were best friends, and we were bad. Goodness gracious, we were bad. Look at this. Brother Gary said, I plan to spend my Shabbat in a hammock under some trees here on my property. And you know, Brother Gary, that you would be called wicked and forsaking the fellowship of the saints because you're not following the traditions of men. Oh, Brother Nathaniel, I agree with you 100%. The Bible talks about days that were holy gatherings. These are the required gatherings of Yah. I don't see anywhere where it says that we have to go to church. Nowhere where it says you have to go to assembly. Nowhere where it says you have to. Do I enjoy fellowshipping? Yes. Would I want to go fellowshipping every Shabbat? No. And I know by saying that, for some people are like, what? How could you not want to fellowship every Shabbat? You want to know how? Some Shabbats, I want to teach. Most Shabbats, most Shabbats, I just want to teach my own family. How many times, brothers, let's just be honest, y'all. Can we be honest with each other? Can we be honest? How many Shabbats, or if you went to church, how many times did you go to church and hear something from the pastor that didn't help your current situation? Let's say you are in a situation and you need to read up on I don't know, pick a topic. And you go to church and hear your pastor screaming and hooting and hollering about who real Israel is. I remember coming into the faith, and one of the first sermons I heard was not keep the commandments, not love your brother, which is one of the great commandments, not love your brother as yourself, not take care of your family, brother, not love Yahweh with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. One of the first sermons I heard was essentially white people are wicked and black people are the children of Yah. Now let me ask y'all a question. How much do you think that helped me? How much do you think that helped me? I'm glad you said it, y'all. It didn't do shit for me. All it did was so I'm a child of Yah and I have not done a single thing that he requires. I haven't done a thing to obey him. Hey, Brother Gabe said, oh shit, why? That didn't do a thing to help me. And there was a whole argument on the Ashkenazis, and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't even know and that's where a lot of our starting points are. It's not the law, not love your brother as yourself. It's who to hate. Who to hate. My first experience in the faith is who I need to be hating. That's conducive, right? Then you come out of that bullshit, and then you see your white brothers, you see your brothers of color, and you love them all. And you find yourself really angry because you were being taught to hate people. You're being taught the white man's Esau. And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, wait, time out. So T-Man and D-Dan, the location, Job. Should we have this conversation? East Saudi Arabia, should we have this conversation? Gosh, I learned hate before I learned love. I literally learned hate. You join some of these groups, you might find yourself plotting. There are groups and camps out there that are waiting for the shit to hit the fan so they can go and kill people around them and take their shit. That's one of their hidden doctrines. We can't wait for the shit to hit the fan because we're going to go around and slaughter the people around us and take their shit because that y'all wants that as our inheritance. And if y'all think I'm making this shit up, I can bring witnesses who will testify to that. They were taught by these groups to basically just be ready for shit to hit the fan so that they can go and take from the people around them. Lamar. Yeah, yes, Lamar. See, brother Nathaniel, I've been talked about because of that. Because how dare I say that Esau is not white? I mean, that should be common sense. Like Esau, Jacob, they were brothers. You know, never mind. Leif said, "Love your neighbor as yourself." They must have missed the memo. Completely missed it. Completely missed it. But teach hate. So as I dove into this book and started reading it myself, I started to read that, man, I've been told so much shit. One of the best things I could have did is just grab the Bible and started reading it and never, ever joined the group. Oh, wait a minute. Navy SEAL joins the group, and all of a sudden they're all operators. When I first came into the knowledge of the Most High's true name, I heard many things that I viewed as a doctrine of hate, but thank Yah, never ascribed to it. That was one of the things, brothers, that I asked questions, Brother Darrell, and the questions got me in more trouble. The more questions I asked, the more trouble I got in. Then suddenly, I was labeled rebellious. That's what came next. You're rebellious because you won't do the thing. At the Bible doesn't say you have to do it that way, but because the pastor says that he wants it done that way and you won't do it that way, you're rebellious. So then I decided, well, then I just won't live in community then. Okay, now you don't want to live in community because you're rebellious and selfish. Where does it say in the Bible I have to live in community? And they had all things in common. So can we do a breakdown of that? I'm willing to have a discussion with you having a breakdown on that because I'm going to go back to Torah. I'm going to go back to the law. You're going to stay stuck in Acts, and I'm going to go back to the law. You're going to try to tell me what Yeshua said to the rich young ruler, and I'm going to go to Zacchaeus and his story. Well, he didn't get everything, and Yeshua said that salvation came to his house. So it doesn't make sense why you see all these so-called faith leaders who want to go out and debate Christians all day long. They will debate Christians all day long. They'll debate things that have nothing to do with nothing. I'm going to be real. What is the point of debating polygyny? I mean, honestly, people say, well, it's the truth. What's the point of debating polygyny? How about this? What are some things that are probably way more important in a person's walk that we should be discussing over polygyny? Go ahead, brothers. Just put a couple things in there. While we want to debate polygyny, put some things in there that are, 100, 200, 500 times more important. There you go. Salvation. Thank you. Shabbat. Palmetto. Yes. Shabbat is a great one. Brother Gary said, love, obedience, compassion, truth. Wow. Can you imagine discussing those things of life, Brother Gary? Instead, we want to argue and fuss about polygyny. But John Davis said, read the word. Palmetto said, diet. Whoa, that's a good one, brother. Diet. Yes. Keeping the commandments. Yes. Loving y'all with everything in you. Yes. Everything. I want to say, over bus, yes. It's the same as debating flat earth. That's another debate. I'm not even going to talk about it. People say the earth is flat. The earth is not. Okay, great. 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 There you go, bro. If they don't believe polygyny, it's none of my business. Right. Right. Hey, cool. You don't believe in it? Cool. Debating is just trying to gain intellectual dominance over the other person. Brother Jay Morris, that's exactly why I do not like getting in debates. Because you want to know one thing that can't be debated? What you're actually doing. Like, if I go to your house, Brother Jay Morris, and I see your cows, how do I debate whether you have cows or not? They're right there. It is so hard to debate what a person's doing. How do you debate a person's blessing? How do you debate a person's obedience to the Father? How do you debate that? Brother Jay Morris, those aren't cows. Well then, brother, what are they? Cows. But you just said they're not cows. You know what, brother? We shouldn't even be eating meat. That's my new debate. We shouldn't be even be eating meat. Brother Jay Morris said it. You can. It's just your opinion. You see, people can't debate what you're doing. And then the only question is what you're doing sin? Yes or no? That's my question. Is what you're doing sin? Yes or no? So if Brother Jay Morris is eating cow, can I go and say he's sinning? The simple question. If Brother Jay Morris is eating a cow, can I go and say he is sinning? Yes or no? No. Okay. If Brother Jay Morris is eating cow testicles, can I argue that he is sinning? Sister Collins said you can, but will it be true? That's a great point. Jay Morris said you can, but you would be wrong. You see, you know that brings a great point. There you go. Leif said it. Only if it's eating it with the blood. I had somebody ask me that question, brother. Can you eat cow balls? And I asked him a question. I said, where do you see that it is against the law? Don't base it on how you feel. You're going to have to show me where in the law it says it. That's the question. That's the question. Now you can ask me, brother, would you eat it? And I can give you my opinion on myself. Like generally, I don't eat a lot of cow. So when people come to me and say, well, do you eat cow? I say no. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I'm not gonna have too many other good cuts of meat, right? But when people ask me, do you eat cow? I say no. They're like, oh yeah, because it's against the law. Well, no, it's not. No, that's not why I don't eat it. Well, why don't you eat it? Well, because it's expensive and I don't have cows. Hey, Blue Scholar, Shabbat Shalom. Not that they taste bad, I just can't get it past my mind. It's the thought, like, what am I eating? So when people ask me, "Do you eat cow?" No, I don't eat it. Why? Because it's too expensive, and I don't raise them. But I will tear up some goats, some chicken, some sheep, tear them up. See, a lot of these things are just arguments, and I'm not into the arguing anymore. I have found peace, absolute peace, in serving Yah. Absolute peace. And I'm assuming that the reason that we fellowship here is because we all know each other's boundaries. And we are all very careful to keep the law and not trespass on each other's boundaries. I want to make sure that I never move the landmark on any of y'all's property, ever. And if I ever do, I understand that you will vehemently let me know that I am moving my landmark onto your property, and I need to get my shit back onto my own property. I understand that. No offense. Excuse me. Step on. Bless you, brother. Stephon said, "How do you slaughter a ton of meat and only be left with the nuts?" Who is eating? Oh, wait. Who is eating the rest of the meat? That's where the problem is. How do you slaughter a whole cow and you the one that ends up with the nuts? You have to draw the wrong end of the stick. Like that's a bad bet. Bless you, bro. Oh gosh, Shabbat Shalom. That is freaking funny. Who else got the rest of the meat? Like, you couldn't have given me a rib. I mean, not even one rib. Damn. Brother Aki, yes. See, there's a lot of things in the law that we put our mindset into. Uh-oh. I remember doing that live stream, brother. And I got a lot of emails from that one. A lot of emails. So you're saying, stop saying, so I'm saying. I'm not saying anything. I'm reading to you what the Bible says. That's what I'm doing. Don't say, oh, so Chris is saying, I'm not saying nothing. I'm reading to you what the book says. So if the book don't say it, then I'm not going to be foolish enough to make a law and impose it on people, because we have too much of that going on already. So if you can show me in the law where it says it, then show me. And that's what people say. Well, you have to put your finger here and hold it, and then it really means women. Brother, don't say that. Brother, don't say that. I know it's an uncomfortable conversation, very uncomfortable conversation, but it don't say that. And in fact, if you were to read the law, you would actually find out how much freedom is actually in the law. You would actually read how much freedom there is in the law. Excuse me. And that's where I stand. That's where I stand. That's what the Bible says. All things are lawful. As it Paul said, all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. You shouldn't do them all, but not everything, because somebody feels That's right. But like you said, we put chains on ourselves even in Christianity. Yes. Then we cross over into the faith and we put even more chains on ourselves. Chains that aren't even in the book. And it's like what Yeshua was doing when he said about when the Pharisees came to him with the washing hands. What a lot of people don't understand is you're following simply traditions of men that are passed off as laws. And I'm not even saying there is something wrong inherently with traditions. Brothers, question. Can you, as a brother, create a tradition in your household that does not go against the law? Look at this. All these yeses. You can create a tradition that is not against the law. And I was just about to say that. Palmetto, I was just about to say it. You beat me to it. And you probably should create traditions for your household. The question is do you start teaching your tradition to other men as if it's law? So, like in my household, very few people know of my traditions. You come here, you see them. But I don't go around teaching my traditions as if they are law. There you go. 24 Plus said, we give gifts of thanks on Thanksgiving, but you won't find a tree in my house ever. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And what happens is that you'll have the super brew. I mean, I'm talking that super brew who will come in and you're doing this. Dude, is it a law? Yes or no? Yes or no? Blue Collar said, and it becomes a quasi-law like head coverings. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. When people take their law and start blah to everyone else, it starts becoming a quasi-law. Brother Gary said, Mrs. Gary just spoke up. Making your traditions in the doctrine makes you a pastor. Oh man. Oh man. That is so true. That is so true. Look at Brother Aki. I personally want people to remove their shoes in my house. I have notes on my doors. Absolutely. So I know if I went to Brother Aki's house, shoes come off. We kind of have that here, but shoes come off. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. Where it becomes wrong is when you start teaching that as if it is somehow, like people are afraid. I don't know why. I don't know why. But people have a fear of just saying, this is my tradition. For some reason, we think that everything that comes into our mind has to come from thus saith Yah. Yah didn't say become a physical therapist, did he? He said you have to provide for your house. Yeah, Brother Gary, did Yah in the book say, thus saith Yahweh thy Elohim, every man musteth beeth a holster maker? If no, did Yah come by and say everybody has to be a carpenter because Yeshua was one? No. No. So it's okay, brother, to create a tradition that does not go against Yah, But stop trying to make your traditions somehow as if they stem from the Bible. We have family colors. They have personal meaning for me and my family. I do not ever try to say, thus saith Yah. Reddeth, yelloweth, and the blacketh shall thou weareth. What? Brother, just say you like red, yellow, and black. Just say, just say you like those colors, and as part of your family culture, your family traditions, you create a family crest. Just say that. No, because you have to understand, in the book, when Yeshua said it is finished, what he meant was the yellow was finished. Well, stop. Just it's okay. It's okay, brother. Gosh. People, it's like we're so fearful to serve Yah and be joyful. Yeshua was a stonemason and may have used wood for beams only. He was actually I don't know what that means. A tecton? No, that's not a type of gun, is it? A tecton or day laborer. Oh. Bring you some of y'all's comments. Man, I hope not. It's a suck-ass way to make a living. Okay, a temporary helper. Thank you. We must all wear yelloweth, reddeth, and blacketh, knoweth. But you see what I'm saying, though, brothers? That instead of us exercising the dominion over our houses, we're so used to somebody else having the dominion. The pastor, the judges. I'm talking about the courts. The wife's mother or father, the elders. We're so used to somebody else having authority of our home that we're afraid to step up and say anything. We're afraid to. And a lot of that is because we're so used to handing our authority away. It's interesting also because when you talk to other brothers, and they'll share with you some of their traditions in their homes, and you'll find out that, man, some of y'all got some really cool traditions. I found that out. Some of y'all got some really cool traditions y'all do. There are families out there that have quarterly family meals, quarterly barbecues, monthly barbecues. Well, they'll come together as a family once a month and have a barbecue. Then you got the pastors coming out there and saying, you're fraternizing with your wicked family. What? These people are not speaking against them. They honor the fact that, hey, when it's his barbecue, when we go to his house, we're not bringing any swine. And they honor him. What? The first thing I'll do when I get my land is pee on every corner. Yes. That is so gangsta, Artapari. I'm just being real. That I don't know why I didn't think about that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why. I feel like I let myself down by not doing that. Oh gosh. That man, Chicken Farmer Plus, we could do a study on that one, brother. The word says do not be unevenly yoked. That word yoked, brother, man, Chicken Farmer Plus, we might do a study on that. The word yoked. The word says do not be unevenly yoked with the world, not completely remove people from your life. You can have people in your life without being yoked up to them. That would mean that we would have to do a study on what it is to be yoked. You see what I'm saying? We're not to be unevenly yoked. Yeshua's first miracle was feeding his widowed mother and family on a manpower wage. Oh, see, I love that. Y'all got me thinking. Yep, that you always get me thinking blue collar. Man. Actually, Palmetto, I've done something like that too. I might chicken coop. You see, here's what I've learned, honestly. When I read the book for myself, there were a lot of things that I thought were like what Elkown. Bless you, Elkown. Shabbat shalom, brother. What Elkown said right there. Our cloud, Shabbat shalom. My brother. My brother. Bless you, brother. Yes, sir. Man, bless you. Hallelujah. Oh, man. Man, I hit you up message you a couple times, brother. I never got a response. I'll holler at you. Brother. I'll holler at you. But yeah, David, man, my brother Cloud. Woo! My brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. David lived with the heathen when on the run. You see, when I read the book for myself, there were a lot of things that I had learned in religion that I thought we couldn't do. That, for one reason or another, religion seeps in, or especially Brother Jerry, shut up. There were a lot of things that I believe you couldn't do. Like in the Seventh-day Adventist church, they grew up Seventh-day Adventist. I grew up Seventh-day Adventist for my early years, and they taught the group that I was part of didn't believe in eating meat. Well, some of them didn't. Like we never ate, the things that were unclean. I don't like saying unclean food, brothers. If that's one of the terminologies I've been saying I don't like saying unclean food because the pig was never considered a food. So I don't believe in clean and unclean foods. I believe that there is only one thing that is food. That's clean. Unclean food, the pig's not a food. It's an animal. The dog is not a food. The alligator is not a food. The snake is not a food. They are animals that were never intended to be food. So if you ever hear me say clean food and unclean, food was all that. Otapar said it. Food was only what was clean. You can go and eat shit if you want to. It don't make it food. Yes, sir, brother Stephon. You know what, brothers. Brother Stephon said he would like to see the study on unevenly yoked. There you go, Chicken Farmer Plus. That was exactly what I was trying to say right there. You said it very concisely with a lot less words. Brothers, how many of you would be willing to have a fellowship next week, if I can remember, on unevenly yoked? How many of y'all will be for it? To be able to have a conversation on what it actually means to be unevenly yoked. But Brother John said he's in. Brother Daniel said me. El Count, yes. So brothers, if you don't mind, if I can say so respectfully, if y'all would not mind, whatever verses you can come up with, different breakdowns of the word, different points that you can bring, please, if you can, bring them next week, so that because if you're looking for me to come up here and say I have a study, I don't have a study on what it means to be unequally yoked. So I think it'd be an awesome fellowship for us to all come together and to be able to all put, here we go, for us to have one mind and all things in common. Let's do it. My wife wants to chime in on that study. Absolutely. As long as she has your permission, brother, as long as she has your permission, absolutely. I think that would be an awesome fellowship to be able to discuss what it means to blue collar. I would love for you to be there, brother, because I didn't know that. There are different kinds of yokes. So, brother, if you would not mind bringing your wisdom next week, to there being different kinds of yokes, I generally would love to hear this conversation. Man, see, the ideas of balance. I never thought of it that way. I'm just being honest, y'all. I'm just being honest. The opportunity that I have to learn from so many wise brothers would be an honor for me. Because, there's a lot of things that we read that we think we know, primarily because we heard some church pastor say it. And one of the things that I'm learning is that as I study more, I'm learning about how much these pastors don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? So the opportunity to learn and the fellowship, like real fellowship with brothers, and to see all the different points and what the Most High gives each one of us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother. Even if you want to, blue collar, if you wouldn't mind, like even after the stream, if you're not able to, just throw some wisdom in, or if you want to make a video, I'll link your video into the live stream so that you can, whatever it takes, brother. I want us to have every opportunity as brothers to learn. Is this going to be a video call-in stream? Encouraging community, I have no problem whatsoever of putting the link in the chat that would allow brothers to come in, and I will bring you on and you can state whatever you want to state, as far into the brethren. I have no problem with that. So if you would like to show your face, if you would like to speak and not have to type it all in, I would love it, honestly, if we could have brethren come on, as long as it's somebody that I know. It ain't gonna be no new person show up for the first time talking about I want to get in the chat, nah, or I want to be seen. Nah, I ain't doing that. But if you want to come on, if your person has been here, and we know your name, I have no problem putting the link in. You can come into the waiting room. I think it's a waiting room, and then we can bring them. We can bring 4 or 5 brothers in at the same time. However you want to do it. However you want to do it. Chicken Farmer said, well, brother, we all started somewhere, but most of us choose to move forward, and others choose to sit in the falsehoods they were taught. Yes, sir. Man. Yes, sir. So, Blue Collar, if you do a video on it, hit me up, brother, and then I'll link it in the the description of the live in the description and in the comment. I'll put it in the top 10 comment on the live stream so that people can go and see. I just want us to have the ability to fellowship as brethren, because I am so against this whole pastoral, hierarchical, pyramid shaped bullshit. I love the idea of brothers being able to share, to fellowship. I mean, the word is fellowship, right? Isn't it funny that these churches will say, yeah, we're a fellowship, and then the one thing you don't do is fellowship until after the pastor's done? They don't really mean fellowship. They really mean you're going to get preached to, and then after you fellowship, which is basically we're all going to discuss what the pastor said and talk about how he fed us and how righteous and holy he is. I like the idea of brothers coming together and actually fellowshipping. And it doesn't require that we all agree, but it does show love, honor, respect for each brother and his household. That's what it does do. So when we all come and we all share about what it means to be yoked up, which I don't really, I mean, I'm looking forward to it myself. It's an opportunity for us to share and for us to be edified. And hopefully brothers can come together outside of the stream and have a phone call and talk it out. You see what I'm saying? Not under the ministry of this, that, or the other, but no other than the ministry of Yah. Some love to make headdresses. The brother, and some of these headdresses be elaborate. The Tweety Bird flashback. We have to make a point of trying to understand, too. There's no point in fellowship if you can't control your most brother. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Woo! Woo! Man. An attempt to understand. That's one thing I try to do. I try to understand where everybody's coming from. Because, I mean, we're all striving for the truth. That's my assumption. My assumption is that we're all striving. And we're all just in different parts. And sometimes we're different parts of the body, which means, yeah, there's going to be a different way we see things. But Leif said, strange how there are so many warnings about false shepherds throughout the Bible, but no one notices the shepherds mean pastors. Brother, isn't it amazing that they somehow skip over that? I mean, Ezekiel warns about the false shepherds and how they lead the. I mean, not just that, but didn't Yeshua say that all that come before the? Just check this, y'all. Didn't he say that all that come before him were hirelings, false and hirelings? Okay. He literally calls them hirelings. Now, there is a pastor out there that says that the ox treadeth out the corn and the laborer is worthy of his hire, referencing to his ability to receive tithes and offerings from the people. So if you're a hired shepherd, you meet what Yeshua said. You're a hireling, which means you're not the shepherd. Yeah, thieves. Thank you. Thieves. All that came before him were thieves, robbers, and hirelings. So these so-called pastors are literally telling you that they are hired. Hireling. Hired. They're not there because they are the true shepherd. They're there because they're getting paid. Therefore, Yeshua had already prophesied of these people. But Brother G. Copper said it. Disciplined brothers should be able to fellowship with effeminate motions taking over. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Jay Morris. See, I didn't put that together. Jay Morris said, working on Shabbat. If they are worthy of the hire, Tisha, I don't know if you catch this one. If these pastors are worthy of their hire, then they're working on the Shabbat.
Oh, didn't catch it. That's good.
Brother Jay Morris, that is so good.
I like that. If they could have said, yeah, you worthy of your
Yeah, they're worthy of their hire, which means they're in the pulpit to job. They're working on the Shabbat.
That means they should be sitting down like they say on Shabbat. What they're sitting there for.
Yeah.
So once you sit down, let the brethren say.
Right. You should be willing to sit down and let the brethren talk. But instead, man, Brother Jay Morris, it is so simple. It is so simple. It is so simple. It's, oh God, I don't know how I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. And all these years of talking this, I missed that part. Yeah, he stirred the pot again. I saw somebody put in Psalms 23, Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. There's that part, and then when it comes to he restores my soul. He restoreth my soul. I don't know how people miss that. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me through the path of righteousness for his name's sake. You got these pastors that believe that they lead you. And David said, he leads me through the path of righteousness for his name's sake, which means when your pastor leads you through the path of righteousness, it's for whose name? Is it for Yah's name? Or is it for your pastor's name? See, they're telling on themselves. When these pastors lead you through the path of righteousness, it's for their own name. That's why you see their name and their face and their picture on every slide. Every time someone, you got to give your pastor thanks, right? Because it's for your pastors. There you go, Brother Gary. It's for your pastors. Let's go there. Let's dive. Psalms 23. Yahweh is my shepherd. I shall not want. Okay? Psalms 23. I mean, I'm sure we all know it by heart, but let's do this. The Lord, Yahweh, is my shepherd. I shall double honor. Stop, Lamar. I mean, you can see the church, Christianity just seeping through. Double, triple honors for you, Shep. Double, triple honors. Double, triple honors. Okay, let's just do this. Yahweh's my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. Let me ask you a question, brothers. Let's do a little breakdown of this. Why is Yah having you lie down in green pastures? What is a sheep going to do in green pastures, brothers? What is a sheep going to do in green pastures? Come on, shepherds. What does House of Lamar? Do we have a second witness? Graze, eat, feed. But see, these pastors will tell you they feed you with knowledge and understanding. Whoa! Time out! Time out! Time out! Time out. Who's feeding the flock? The pastor or Yah? So why are these pastors? See, these pastors, they're whispering witchcraft into you. They want you to believe that they are the ones being spoken of in Psalms 23. They want you to think this is their job. But again, let's not go off what I say. Let's go off the book says. Yah was my shepherd. I shall not want. This is a man after Yah's own heart, right? Yah was my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me lay down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. So he feeds you and you get something to drink. He restoreth my soul. I don't want nobody else watching over my soul. I'll take Yah restoring it and watching it. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. So when Yah leadeth you in the path of righteousness, it's for his name. That tells you something, brothers. Whoever you think is leading you, it's for their name. Is that hard to understand? When you work at a store, when you have a job with a business, who are you working for? Who are you working for? If you work at Walmart, you're working for the Walton family, for their namesake. That's why if you misrepresent their name by not being a good employee, by not doing things the way the business sets it up, they kick your ass out. They will replace you as an employee. So when you're building these churches, these ministries, these pastors, it's for their name's sake. Yeah, general martyrs. Basically. Right, Elcal said, don't forget why Levites got their tithes. No land ownership. Woo! Man, on the part, that's good. Have you noticed that most of the time angels don't share their names? See, if you were a woman and you were part of a man's house, it's for his name's sake. If you were a servant working for a man's house, it was for his name's sake. If you were a child and you had a father, it was for his name's sake. If you were a goat, it was for the master's name's sake. See, this is why we don't understand name is important. That's why when in the law it said you do not want your name removed from Israel. Name is important. Wait, I saw was Mother Elaine in the house? Wait, Mother Elaine. Bless you, Mother Elaine. Mother Elaine brought. He feeds you meat made with his own seasonings. So you end up eating what is emotionally and doctrine-wise tainted food. Woo! You're eating the food of the ministry, which means whatever that pastor seasoned it with, you eat it. How many times, brothers, in this faith, have we gone and eaten somewhere and then we may have found out that the food may have been cooked in like lard or some shit like that, especially in the beginning of the faith. You go somewhere and you eat, you find out they cook the food in lard. You find out that they cook the food in some shit that you don't eat. You know, man, I don't eat that. You have no idea what your pastor's cooking his food in. Look at brother Blue Collar Scholar. Names are covenantal. We don't understand the power of name. Lefe said, do not bear Yah's name in vain. Do we? That might have to be another study we do. What the power? We've done this study like 3 or 4 times, but when did we do it again? The power of a name. Names are given and revealed for adoptive purposes. See, we may have to have a live stream on that one too. It doesn't happen if you eat at your own home. And it doesn't happen if you only eat what Messiah, what Yah gave you to eat. Man, House of Lamar said it. Just like the mark of the beast in Revelation, cause of the number of his name. Name is important. And the name that you should be repping as a man. Your father, yeah, that's the name you rep. As a wife, you rep your husband's name. As children, you rep your father's name. And men, we rep Yah's name. We cannot make his name in vain. That's why it's important to eat what he gives us. Because we rep him. We rep him. When you go out there and you claim Yah, and you lying and acting like the fools of the world, what do you think you're doing in his name? What do you think you're doing in his name? And from what I read in this book, Yah is pretty serious about his name. So much so that he wiped people out because you're not going to misrepresent his name. Blue Collar said Jacob and his 2 sons caused his name to stink. El Cal wants to let y'all know once again, and it's becoming more and more important too, El Cal. El Cal's been saying this for years, brothers. Years. Stay home. He's been saying this for years. How many years has it been, Brother El Cal, you've been saying this on the channel? Stay home. Stay home. Hey, y'all, just stay home. Man. So let's continue. Let's continue. Matthew 23. Sorry, not Matthew 23. Psalms 23. Sorry. Till y'all put me on ignore. I ain't never gonna put you on ignore, brother. Verse 3. He, Yah, he restores my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. So you have to understand that whoever is leading you is doing it for their own name. I mean, let's be honest. Man, when you have your traditions and the things that you have in your household for your wife, what name is she doing it for? Come on now. Brothers, what name is your wife doing it for? Brothers? Oh, out of party. Woo! She's doing it for your name. Your name. So you're literally, brothers, leading your wife for your name, which means if you make her out to be a fool in the world, that's your name. If you teach your wife and your children wickedly, when they go out there and make a fool of you, that's your name. So you're literally leading your family for your name. And then it goes up. If they're doing it for your name, then it's also for Yah's name. Because you're living your life for Yah's name. You see how that keeps going? You see how that keeps going? Just keeps going. Man, The problem is that we've done so much destroying of our own names. Israel, Yah. That's why one of the saddest things is when you go out there and you look at these people who got Yah in their name, and they go out there and they do some of the craziest shit. Women turning tricks with Yah in their name. Like, how are you turning a trick with Yah in your name? Like wouldn't you have fear? The fear you would have running around with Yah in your name turning tricks. Man, that's the truth, Audipari. Woo! Let's continue. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod, not the pastor's rod, Yah's rod, and thy staff comfort me. He brings you back. He may have to discipline your ass a little bit. He may have to hook your neck and yank that shit so you can come back. There you go, overbus. Or teaching with no regard. Brother, yes. Yes. With no, they'll be up there with Yah in their name, just spouting off anything. Spouting off anything. Wait, Bet Barnes, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Bet said, Shabbat Shalom, brother. It gets more complicated for men coming into the knowledge after having made a family. Brother, I understand. Because that was me. That was me, brother. That was me. I feel you, brother. I absolutely feel you. Oh, man. For many of you who have been on my channel for at least 6 years, you know my story. You know my story. You know Tanisha's story. We've shared it. Yes, sir. Look at Brother Aki. I think there's a lot more of us. Because, even Bet, there are some of us that came to the faith. And let's say you came to the faith, but you joined one of these ministries. I would say in many cases, these ministries, and a lot of times, are worse than Christianity. Man, I just heard from a brother of how many marriages one of these ministries done torn up. How many marriages? Like, they ain't even together no more. The wife has done been pawned off to another member of the church. I would say, and this is just me I'm saying this with all fear and respect of the Most High Yah. I would say the faith, F-A-I-F, has done far more disaster or destruction to households than I have seen in Christianity. Yes, House Lamar. Yes. Yes. The Adapar said that from the frying pan into the fire. Because see, in Christianity, you can always just say, well, that's just Christianity. That's wicked. That's traditional westernized Christianity. That's wicked. But when it comes to and when people are exuding the supposed law and are using the law to damn near break up families, like, imagine that. See, I'll say this, brothers. Again, my parents were high up in the Seventh-day Adventist church. I saw one example in the church of a man and his wife. They got divorced in the church, and the wife was married to another member of the church. Same church. That shit happens all the time in these camps and assemblies. You'll see a dude married to a woman, and they're no longer together, and she's over here with this dude over here in the same church, in the same ministry. Some of us know one of these stories way more than we should. It is some of the most craziest bullshit. It's like, damn, you are more inclined to save your marriage taking her into Christianity than you are taking her into the faith. Faith, F-A-I-F, not the faith of the Most High, the faith of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the F-A-I-T-H. Brother Leif, it sure as hell is adultery. And it happens, Brother Leif, I can't tell you how many stories, but I can tell you right now, there were probably 40 families that I know are broken up, at least. That the woman is now married to somebody else in the same camp, assembly, or ministry. They divorced there, and usually, well, I would say all of them, but probably 3 or 4. Or the women divorce the man with the authority of somebody in leadership, usually the pastor or an elder, and literally they're married to somebody else in the church. I'm sitting there looking at that shit like, I'm gonna keep this real. If you got children, please, just for this little part. How many of you, honestly, and I'm gonna be real, y'all, so please mind the language. How many of you really trying to fuck somebody that was just with somebody else that you know? You called this dude your brother. You hugged him. You said, hey, brother, I love you. And as soon, you're over there. Yeah, bro. Yeah, sis, go ahead and divorce your husband so I can hit that. How many of you riding that dirty? Damn. How could you know somebody that went through that? How could you know a brother that went through it, see his wife getting done up, pregnant by the next dude, knowing that she left her husband, and you got the nerve to come by and be like, bless you, sis. Bless you. Hell no. And they always want to run around and quote Deuteronomy 24. Hey, chicken farmer plus, brother, that's dead on. You an adulterer. You see, when I see that shit in Christianity, I'm like, okay, it's supposed to happen there. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to. They don't have a law they follow. They don't follow the law. So I can expect it when there's no law being followed, you expect to see lawless shit. You know what I'm saying? But when you got these people who got the fringes hanging down, you know what I'm saying? The big old beard, they got the names, they got they doing feast days, they collecting cheese from the people. When you see them doing that in the name of Yah, man, even though I saw that shit in Christianity, you would see oftentimes they would leave the church. They'd be too embarrassed. Today, we ain't even embarrassed by it no more. We run off and tell somebody else, yeah, the Torah says, yeah, Matthew 24 said, wait a minute. I thought the book says that if a woman leaves her or separates from her husband, she's to remain unmarried. Then they come up with some shit. Well, he abandoned her. Oh, can somebody explain to me what classifies abandonment? And here's a better question. What law says that she can get remarried? There you go, House of Ymir. Mother Elaine, absolutely. Absolutely. When they use that abandonment one, I'm like, So you're saying that because in your definition, he didn't provide her food, clothing, and conjugal rights, or food, covering, and conjugal rights. So he abandoned her so she's free to remarry. That's what you're saying. Look, I just want to put this up there. I want to see, this is what a mother, I'm going to be real. Mother, you put it up in the chat. I just got to share this. This is what righteousness looks like. This is from a woman, thank you, Mother, who put it up in the chat herself. She has been abandoned, brothers. She has been abandoned. And look at what she said. No, she cannot remarry if she was abandoned. 13 years and holding. Do y'all see that? Do you all see that? Does anybody see that? Can somebody please tell me if you see that? See, that's the type of mother, that's the type of sister, I'm not sure she likes being called mother, that if crap went down and she didn't have somebody to cover her in a non-marital way, I know many brothers, including myself, would do it. Not in a sexual way, because again, she's been abandoned and she is not remarrying. Because how often do you see that level of righteousness, brothers? How often do you see a woman who has been unmarried for 13 years after being abandoned, who has heard things, including on this channel? I believe at one point, I believed she could get remarried. And I told her she could. And do you see who she followed? She followed the Most High Yah and what the Holy Spirit revealed to her over what I said. And I was wrong. And Mother, I will repent to you. I was wrong. I am so thankful you heard and listened to the Holy Spirit. Because I could have, shit. Man. Custodianship. Okay, thank you. Thank you. See, Bet, that was one of the questions I had asked. And I don't want to share her story. It's not my story. So it's not my story. But Mother Elaine, if you would like to answer the question, Bet Barnes. Whoa! We got another sister. Let me find you, sis. Let me find you. Where you at, sis? Where you at? I saw your name. How come I don't see it? Why am I so far behind? How come I don't see? Wait. I'm gonna find your statement. Y'all go. Yeah, there it is. Look at this. We have another sister. Azaria Bat Israel. 4 years in holding. Another abandoned sister. And I didn't even know this. It's the first time I'm hearing it. 4 years and holding. Abandoned. You see, this is a whole different. This is different. Okay, thank you, brother. Blue collar said, A covering always implies a sexual relationship. Thank you for your correction, brother. I will use the word that he said. He said custodianship. Custodianship. Thank you, brother. I accept that correction because I believe that using the correct terminology is beyond important. You see, these sisters right here, these two right here, and I would hope that we would have righteous brothers that could be the custodian, not covering, custodian of said sisters in righteousness, knowing that you're not going to make them an adulteress. You understand their plight, and you're not going to make them an adulteress or yourself an adulterer. But shit, if they had gone to some of these places, do you know dudes would have been damn near murking each other to try to get with them? Moses was the custodian. Okay, yep.
Stand up. Stand up.
Oh, wait. We have some counterpoints. What? That's a good, you know what? A covering does not always imply a sexual relationship. That would mean a fathers are having sex with their daughters. Good God. It does not mean that. Yeah, that's a great point, Palmetto. Chicken Farmer Plus said, marriage implies sex covering. Sex. Covering means caring for. Servants are under the covering of the house. Chicken Farmer Plus, that is a great point. Oh, you know what? Aki Manolo said David continued to cover his women after his son slept with them, but he never touched them again. Palmetto said, my chickens are under the covering of my house. And we know Palmetto ain't doing that. Palmetto. These are great. Yeah, Leif. Yeah, yeah, I see that throw up. Yeah, bro. These are great points. Okay, so covering or custodian. Again, I understand everybody's point. Yeah. I would say, yeah, you are literally covering them. But see, this is why I love these conversations. We can have these conversations. But the point of it all is, I said the word covering. The point of it all is, where do you find these sort of things? See, these women would have been sold off to the highest bidder in these ministries. They would have been, as Mother Elaine said, yeah, out of part. That's how. Yeah, it can be an interchangeable thing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mother Elaine said, I was told by a Pentecostal pastor to file for divorce. I rebuked the spirit and never set foot in that church again. I think that's a beautiful thing. I think it's a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. But you got these pastors that will go out there and tell these women that they can get married. Go out and get married. How? I saw one of the other brothers said, with no bill of divorce? Where's the bill of divorce? Here's my question. How do we know it's not a situation like, was the Proverbs 7 whore? How do you know the woman's not just doing whoredoms without a bill of divorce? Let's say the husband is in the military and is gone overseas and she's like, I got abandoned. You don't see a husband around. Somebody goes and knocks. I got abandoned my husband. He ain't here no more. You gonna knock it out, and then he comes back from his deployment. Oh, imagine that. That's right, brother Aki. She would have no right. That would be straight up adultery. This is why the Bible says, unless there's a bill of divorce, you don't go. No bill of divorce. That's exactly what it sounds like. The sisters were sent away without a bill of divorce. That is exactly. Yeah, Fluster Clark said it. He did not abandon. He is doing his job. I mean, imagine biblical times when men were traveling for work. So they would hop on their donkey, and it's going to take them 3 or 4 days to get to a location, then 3 or 4 weeks there, then maybe 3 or 4 days back. So he's gone for a month. And when he's gone, I was abandoned. Brother Aki, yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Foster Cook said it 100%. He is doing his job. He's in the military doing his job. But you got some woman that, because she's lonely and she's getting attention from somebody. Oh yeah, he abandoned me. So dude comes back home. Oh, bless you, Chicken Farmer Plus. Bless you, bless you, bless you, brother. Honor to you and your household. Shabbat shalom, brother. I sent a lot of married women home from deployments because they got knocked up on the. Oh, what? This shit is crazy. Man. And Bet Barnes said it. Yah hates sending away. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He hates the sending away. And in the faith, we don't have enough men that have the integrity to tell a woman, hey, you married. Now we look at it and be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? She got that ass, you know what I'm saying? And in today's time, if you're a man, you need to inquire. You need to dig deep and figure out what the real story is. Yes, sir, Autopart. Go ahead and share that. Man. A man was trying to take a woman as his wife. What Bet Barnes said, this is why men of Israel were exempt from military service when they were newly married. Yep. But the Torah says that he is to cheer up his wife for the first year. Really, you know, from what my understanding is, the betrothal period was to clear up any business he had. So if you know, let's say you were a brother and you had a business going on, you basically want to arrange your affairs that for that first year, you home. And the King James calls it cheering up his wife. Basically, you're knocking it out. And the hope is you get her pregnant. So your name continues. But he was exempt from military service that first year. John said today you need a CIA investigation. Hey, bro, you do. Blue Carsket, just saying that where the term cover and uncover occurs, it always implies a sexual relationship, forbidden or otherwise. which is why I use the term custody to differentiate for clarity. Okay. Yeah, okay, yes. I'm trying to give it all these. But Leif said that he was a medic, so he had firsthand accounts of all these things. Flustercluck said, you would be surprised how many men come home to an empty home after deployment. Are you serious? So she rolls out? Whoa. Oh, several brothers advised the man not to take the woman as his wife. When he went ahead and married her anyways, not long after that, the woman's husband reappeared. Oh! That is the Proverbs 7 woman? That is her to the T. Oh! That, come on. Come on. Oh, man. Dude, Leif, that is nasty, bro. Come on. You see, and that's nasty. So how could you know your brother? How could you know your brother, know that him and his wife are married, and through her divorcing him, you're ready to go knock that out? I mean, I don't understand how that shit works in your mind. But bros, if you and your wife are together, I don't care whether you're with her or not, that's a wrap. You can call me petty, you can call me Manny, you can call me whatever the hell you want. But if I see you with your woman, you know what I'm saying? If I see you with your woman at all, that's a wrap for me. She could divorce you could divorce her, and she could say, yeah, he was just it just didn't work out. That's cool and everything, but I just can't. Nope. First of all, I don't know how these damn flies are everywhere. Damn. How do you have are these even the flies? These are like those little bugs, aren't they? Gnats, okay. Like how do you I don't know. I don't know. Here's what I'm gonna do, bro. I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna see you. That's what I'm gonna see. I mean, the book tells me not to sow a field with diverse seed. How much worse would it be to know that the seed that was sown is your brother's? And she left him, which is unlawful. Man, I don't know how these people do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine being the brother on the other side of it. She left you, you know what I'm saying? And you go see your other brother suddenly a couple weeks later with your wife. You're going to have to think like, hey, bro, were you sitting there? Did y'all plan this shit out? Man, I don't know. I don't know how these people do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what stories they tell themselves. I don't know what they fabricate inside their head. I don't know. No, I don't know. We're gonna finish this out real quick, and then we're gonna call this a wrap. I didn't know we were at 3 hours already. Psalms 23, verse 5. The delusional is right. That delusional is right. Man, consider the source before you take advice. If the source has experience, fucking listen. If they don't, ignore them. That's what the book says. Oh man, wicked women will do the same to the second brother with whoever there is no. Oh, mother, you were right. If she do it to the first dude, she doing it to you. You next. You next. Don't think you that special. One woman bragged about how she left the house. Ex banged her. Ex banged her out. Went home. Didn't take a shower, and her man ate her goods. Stop it. Stop. Brother Aki, stop. 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 No. No. Brother, stop. Hey, Lions Pride. Hey, that's the word. Lions Pride. Lions Pride. Hey, that's the word. That's the word. I remember when that happened. I was part of that ministry when it happened. I remember everything. Everything. Man. Yeah, now see, Bet Barnes, that's a different story. That's a different story. If two brothers live on the same land, and that's a different story. Hey, hey, brother Nathaniel, brother, I don't even want to eat dinner. Blister Cluck. Like, I mean, on the real, if you were the husband, how do you go and look at yourself in the mirror after that? And people probably don't consider that. How do you go and look at yourself in the mirror when you find that out? If she tries to give you some story of, baby, I'm just really excited. Nah. That's how people end up hurt. Just being real. Ain't Nathaniel. Yeah, somebody put him on timeout. Blue Collar said he just had cottage cheese and a banana. Oh, God. Hey, Blue Collar, you got to run to the bathroom real quick, huh? Hey. Hey, no, Brother Aki, I'm glad you shared that. Because that lets you know what's going on. When the Bible talks about Sodom and Gomorrah, I think that we have been there for a long ass time. Because in order for you to do something like that, you got something wrong in your head. Just like for me, if I see my brother's wife and I I orchestrate their divorce so that I can get with her, there's something wrong. Hey, bless you, House of Lamar. Shabbat shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom. Oh, yeah. Well, Flustick, like, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I feel you, sis, but because she got to come with a great story for that one. And what I don't know. That I don't know. See, Lion's Pride, that stuff don't fly with me. That stuff does not fly with me. That stuff does not fly with me. Not me. Not me. Mm, that's right. Hey, bro, Daryl Vick, yes. Doing something like that, Chris, would make you worse than Judas. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just don't see how men do that. I don't see how I don't see it, brothers. I don't see how you could see somebody call somebody your brother and then go and nah. Let's just read that. Let's read this. Let's finish this up. Man. Then you got the nerve. How do you sit there and teach Torah knowing that a man's wife divorced him to get with you? I don't know. Leif, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Hey, Lion's Pride, I agree with you 100%. And then how do you Torah that? How do you law that? How do you, like, just a little bit of research tells us that the Romans were the ones that gave permission for women to divorce their husbands. That was the Romans. The Romans allowed the women to divorce their husbands. We read all through the law that it takes a bill of divorce for a divorce, and the man puts it in the woman's hands and sends her out of his house. Paul goes on to say that if a woman separates from her husband, she is to remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband. So we just use the abandonment. And then I asked that question. Well, where does it say an abandoned woman can get married? Well, we impose that ourselves. Isn't that like, oh, is it eisegesis? We're going to read that into the text. It's not there, but we're going to read it into the text so that we can do it. And people that are willing to make up their law are scary because they're willing to make up any law then. They'll make up any law. They'll go into an animal and create a law for it. Hey, Brother Aki, that's the truth. Brother Aki, that is the truth. Woo! And that goes to the traditions of man. This is why it's best for us just to obey the book. Just obey the Bible. You will find peace and happiness. You will have more peace and happiness reading the book, living because imagine this, brothers. Imagine living the convictions that other people have. This is why we should be very afraid of just simply following pastors, because you're following another man's convictions. What if he's convicted to take another man's wife? What if he has a deeply sought conviction? He sees somebody's fine. He knows that she's married to another man, and it's his conviction to have her. Palmetto said it right there. If the master is wicked, so are all his servants. But Daryl Fix, I always thought, wait. I always thought that the only thing that permitted a woman to remarry was the husband's or the ex-husband's death. And you would go to Matthew for that. The one thing that I look at, and I look at Deuteronomy 24, and I'm doing a study on it, so I don't have anything that I want to come concretely with. But Yah does say, but because of the hardness of your heart, Moses allowed for y'all to divorce your wives. But from the beginning, it wasn't so. So the hardness of your heart is what allowed that to happen. Then we can go back, like I said before, we can go through the book and we can read that the Bible says that only a woman who has had one husband can be taken care of by the church. Right? Paul said that. She has to be 60 years old, have raised children, wash the saints' feet, the husband of one wife. Sorry, the wife of one husband. That means if you were a woman and you went bouncing back and forth from man to man to man, you're disqualified for the church to take care of you. It's sick. It's sick. It's sick. I don't know. It's a real world we live in, brothers. Palmetto's right. Man. I feel sorry for a woman who has been abandoned. She has been sentenced to be alone. That's a hard thing since neither Yah nor priest is here to take that case up today. Absolutely. Brother, man. Blue collar, that's real. That's real. That's real. That's hard. You're an abandoned woman, and now you're facing this world by yourself. And now that would give an explanation of why Yah said he hated the putting away, the sending away of a woman. Now we know why he hated it. Because you basically threw her in a place to be abandoned. Like you basically, hey, I mean, imagine, I just think like, how would y'all look at the man that did that? Yes, sir. Brother Gary. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It is, Brother Gary. Torah is statutory law. New Testament is case law. You have case by case law and the renewed covenant. Maybe it is a go and sin no more kind of thing because the woman was stuck in a no-win situation by her husband. Yes. Yes. Hey, Bet Barnes said worse than an infidel. Yes. He has denied the faith and he is worse than an unbeliever. I mean, imagine that, brothers. Imagine not taking care of your own and being considered worse than the unbelievers. Right? He could have died. He could have. That's a great point. Imagine this, brothers. And this is how wicked it is to put away and abandon. So even if the dude abandons her, she's over there thinking that he's alive. What if he dies and he's been dead for 5 years and she never finds out because he went somewhere else to across the country? She hasn't talked to him in 5 years. Dude dies and she's still sitting there single. Man. I mean, in that case, just asking, is it wrong to hope the dude dies? I mean, I'm just putting it out there. Is it wild to say, hey, I hope that man that abandoned me dies? Man. Hey, that is a lot of heavy lifting, blue collar. That's a lot. You know, kind of what you're saying, blue collar. You know, righteous women suffer under the thumb of a wicked man. Like, it does put in perspective like a Nabal Abigail situation. It does put that in perspective of like, you married to a dude that was just that wicked. Now here is a question, and then we're gonna end it. We're gonna end it. If you got married, and it's just a question. If you got married in the world, and he abandoned you before you came to the faith, does that apply? Do you think that law applies? Mine died. The kids and I got to see him say, I fucked up. He died a year. Man, fluster clock. Oh, man. Man, sis. Man. Oh, man. Whew. All right, so what y'all think? I'm flustered. I'm still thinking about that. I personally think it still applies. Anybody else? I'm asking y'all. This is just us brothers and sisters just conversing now. It's one of the toughest things is when people have these discussions. It's always interesting. I'm with you there, Palmetto. Dead ex-husband. He did a lot of bad shit. Sis, I am sorry. Man. See, Mother Elaine, that honor right there, sis, that's a whole sis. That is so honorable. Bob Smythe, Shabbat Shalom. I know people that try to do that. That was before the faith. And they be saying that shit all the way up to yesterday. They've been keeping Torah for like 15 years and be like, well, that was before I had the knowledge. That don't count now. Like, wait a minute, what? You did that thing 6 months ago. You've been in the faith for 15 years. And now you're saying, oh, well, that was before I had the knowledge. So basically what you're saying is that before you had the knowledge, nothing applies. Well, then wouldn't that be advantageous to stay stupid then? Foster Clark said, I raised my kids alone in church. Man. Does not y'all always make a way for the faithful and obedient? Overbus, that is a great, great, great question. Great question. Hmm. Hmm. That's a great question. But Bet Barnes, wait. Y'all only match made one marriage. Woo! 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 See, I'm enjoying this. Bet Barnes said this. If you are not under covenant, Torah does not apply to you. And then Blue Collar said, the rest of us invoke him into our marriage and are in effect on the hook. Yep. Man, that's good. Wait. Okay. That's under covenant. It is a difference between sinning knowingly and transgressing with knowledge of the law. That is a great that is a great conversation that because here's what I'll say. I lean towards more of what you're saying. I lean more towards what you are saying. And I'm just being real. And here's why I say that. Let's say you're married before the faith. Man, okay, woo. See, this could spawn a whole other conversation, and we'll be here another couple hours. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. But there's a lot of questions I've had and I get from people in regards to marriage, in regards to things that take place prior to knowledge. I forget name of king, but recall when they found the Torah and temple, and he and the priest read it, and he said, "We are doing the Torah now as a nation." Was it Hezekiah? If two people even stay married today, that is success. Success with or without y'all. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready to go to the depth of that conversation, but Bet, I see what you're saying. Um, I'm trying to give an example. Okay, here's a question. If you and your wife were married and you were swingers before the faith, and you come to the faith now, should you divorce her as an adulteress? All right, Adipari, okay. Yes, sir, Adipari. If Sister Erica, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom, sis. It really is. It really is. And I really want to do this study. I really want to do this study because there is a lot of that. And Blue Collar said no. Because if you do things in the world and you come into the faith and you now know the knowledge of it. Wait. Sister Azaria said, and is the husband not held accountable for sleeping with married women? Woo! Aki, that's it. I would say no, because they didn't know. I'll say this, and I've had a brother. Ask me this question, and he was so mind effed. He was so mind because in his previous yeah, Azaria does. She sure does. But this brother asked me, he said when he was in the world, he used to don't judge the brother. He said that he used to have sex with women when they were on their period. And he wanted to know, was he cut off? Now we know what the book says about sleeping with the woman, knowing that she is on her menses or on her flowers, having sex with her. Before he had the knowledge of the faith and that law, he did it. And he wanted to know, was he cut off even before he came in? When he did not know, it was a cut-offable offense. I said, no. You did not know. I said, have you done it since? He said, no. As soon as I read that law, I didn't know. Because that same question would then have to apply I have tattoos on my body. I got all of my tattoos before the faith. That's what, Brother Aki, that's what I'm looking at. Go and sin no more. So Palmetto said one cannot be cut off from something they aren't a part of. So then, is a woman cut off from her husband, or is she, if she did not have a knowledge and married the man, and he abandons her, leaves her before the faith? What is that? This is why I love these fellowships with y'all brothers, because we can have these discussions. All right, Sister Erica said, what if they still do things even when they are in truth? So are you talking about, sis, like a man and a woman? Like they were together outside of the faith and came into the faith, and are still doing things together? Bet Barnes, I agree with you, brother. I mean, it says, was it in Ezekiel? If you turn away from your sins, he will remember none of them. So I'm gonna go back to the question then. That okay, so if he abandoned her prior to the faith and they come into the faith and start doing things together in the faith, then I believe, so there's a lot of, were they married before the faith and they came into the faith as married? There's a lot of little details. That's, Brother Elkow, that is a great question. Was there marriage of Yah? Is marriage outside faith real biblical marriage? That's a big question right there. Uh-oh. What the? Whoa. There you go. That's that's a great question. These are all great questions. But please believe me. Well, yeah, I know, sis, but you know, sis, you know how it is, sis. I'm not going to share anything of your life without your permission. Yeah, Blue Collar said it, sis. They would have been reconciled. So if it happened before the faith, and then they come into the faith and reconcile, she's bound to him. She's bound to him. So even if he were to abandon, she has to stay unmarried, not remarried, unmarried. All right, Brother Gary wants to throw a wrinkle in. Brother Gary, I love your wrinkles, brother. Let me add a wrinkle here. What if you were taught that Christian mindset of God will forgive everything and did something that you know was wrong, but thought Yah would forgive you? Brother, that's a great question. That's a great question. That is a great question, brother. And then found out that Torah was absolute and then repented. Woo! Woo! Yes, okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, see, Bet Barnes said marriage is marriage. Yeah. Remember Joseph and Potiphar? Ooh. Yikes. Listen, brothers, y'all throwing questions as if I got all the answers. I'm only reflecting the questions back to y'all. So I'm willing to go another 10 to 15 minutes to have this discussion. And if we have to have a whole other live stream, we can do that one the week after next. But I already forgot next week's live stream. What was next? Unequally yoked. Unequally yoked. So, I mean, if we want to merge the two of them together next week, we can do that. We can do this. Okay, so all right. So first, let's identify this. What is marriage? What is? Let's define that. What is marriage? Oh man, I can't. Why can't I see my own comments? Yes, I'm with Blue Collar Scholar. I agree that non-believing unions are off limits too. Yes. Yep. And I believe that, even in the Torah, we see that where Yah said, and some of the nations that Israel fought, if the woman had not known man, you can take her and bring her in and basically pare her nails, trim her hair, or cut her hair, pare her nails, mourn for her family 30 days, and she can be your wife. But I don't see that he said you can go and murder the husbands. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, do y'all see that example of you can go and murder the husbands of other nations and then marry their women? All right, so Azariah said a covenant oath made before Yah. Oh, man. A covenant relationship between a man, a woman, and Yah. Okay, now here's the question. Are we specifying Yah or just God? That's the next question. Is it between Yah or is it God? Because some people will say, well, Yah's not God. So if you got married in the world, then you got married between you, your wife, and God. Therefore, it's not a real marriage. And I have heard that argument before.
Everybody get off that mat.
Whew, this is getting deep. They made vows. Artapari, I like that. I was going to say, Artapari, if you make a vow with a woman and you don't do the whole, in the eyes of Yah, you just say, hey, you my wife. Are you married? Whew. See, I'm enjoying this conversation, brothers and sisters, because I think that we have to get an understanding that Adapar said, if she agreed with my words, then yes. And Bet Bar said a vow or oath is binding. This is why I say you got to be careful what you say in music. Because if you make a vow to a person, you're just singing a song, you are vowing yourself to them. Okay. So we are establishing that a vow with witnesses, because out of the 2 or 3 witnesses that every word be established, would constitute then a marriage. Okay. Is that what we're saying? I'm just making sure. Is that what we're saying? Are we saying that a vow or a binding oath is a covenant, is a marriage? Is that what we're saying? But was vow of Yah. Okay. So Adapari said yes. Is there any other people who are going to say yes? If you make a vow that is binding, that's it. The blue collar said it right there. Yes, this is why vows to any god are a covenant. Okay, perfect. So then in that case, how many women were actually married even before they got to you? Oh God, damn it. This is getting deep. Has your woman ever sang a song to a boyfriend in which there were vows or vow statements said in the song? So if she says something like, I'll always be yours, and he agrees, they have a covenant, right? He might later say, yikes. And then, because you know how that goes, baby, hey, baby, you gonna be mine, you my girl, we gonna do this thing, me and you, da 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 da. And then she's like, thank you, baby. Oh, okay, yes, me and you. Then he tags it. They have an agreement, right? And he consummated the agreement with sex. Am I off here? They have an agreement. And it was consummated with brother Aki. I've told so many sisters, stay away from rhythm and bullshit because you're locking yourself up in vows. You're locking yourself up in vows by saying these things, looking deeply in his eyes, singing these songs to him, and he's agreeing with them. You got covenants. So if we're truly saying that these things bind us, then or no, what I'm saying is this: if you have those agreements and then you come out and now understand the knowledge of the truth, do those previous agreements stand? There's the question. Now you come to the faith and you realize that all those things that you said, all those words that you said, you had no understanding, no knowledge of what you were truly saying. Do they stand? Because if they stand, you're in trouble. Your wife's in trouble. You see what I'm saying? So now you come to the knowledge of the truth. You understand now, oh, that was a vow I didn't understand. That was a actual covenant I was making. The same thing that men do when you go into the military. You make a covenant with the military, and what do? When you come out of the military, do you keep your covenant? Do you? Or does your covenant end? Because now you understand. Bless you, Palmetto. Shabbat shalom, brother. So that's the question. Here's another monkey wrench. The man will be okay because he can have more than one. The woman can't. So there's that aspect out of it. Brother, that's another great point, Elkan. Brother, I've heard that so many times. Once a Marine, always a Marine. And they'll say it. And they'll be around their brethren and say, once a Marine, always a Marine. They'll tattoo it. Marine till I die, or some a form of whatever. They'll say the seances or the mottos and the chants. When they're running up, up the hill, they'll sing the cadences. So does that stand now? I mean, if you're part of a gang, you may say some things. Does that stand now? I mean, I've said some things. Does it stand now? The vow stand unless the person releases you. So, if you make the vow with another man before you come to the faith, and you come to the faith, as a woman, can you get married? You make a vow with another man, a covenant. You state the words, and then you go into each other and have sex. Well, he goes into her, and they have sex. Look at Inkpen. Once you discharge from the military, you're still under contract to be called back in case of emergency. That's Brother Gary. Brother Gary. That's what I was, man, that's what I was getting at. Brother, that's what I was getting at. That's that one, that brother, I need to put that up there. Woo! That's what I was trying to get at. Because we're talking about before we came to Yah. I know brothers right now that made vows in the world to Satan, and they now keep the law. So are we to say that they are still bound to Satan and Satan has to release them? Is that what we're saying? I know we know what Numbers 30 says, but does Numbers 30 apply to any and everybody, or does Numbers 30 apply to those that keep the law? So once that brother who made vows to Satan comes to the truth, repents for his sins, serves, obeys, loves Yahshua, and keeps the commands, does Satan now continue to have control over him? Man, brother, bro, I was waiting for somebody to hit that point. So now let's go back to the original question. Does if a woman in that situation before Messiah, before she has knowledge of the truth, and let's say she gets abandoned, let's say whatever happens in that situation, the question I will ask again is she still married to the man? And is she, or does it change? Does y'all's answers change? Are you still saying she's off limits? That's right. Yep. LaFrance Hart. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Bet Barnes said it. He is forgiven, but he may still lose. There still may be a price attached to it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Whew. I just, hey, I just like having these discussions. Anapara said if she was divorced at the moment of the truth, go with your next husband. What if she was abandoned? What if the husband said, I don't want to be with you anymore. Go do what you want to do. I'm done with you. But she did not get the bill of divorce from the world. When she comes to the truth, is she free to marry in Messiah now? Brother Daryl, yes. The blood of Yahshua, though it saves her, it still does not permit her to remarry as long as that man is alive. Look at what Bet Barnes just said. No, if the unbeliever leaves, the woman is free. Okay, so we have two different opinions. Blue collar says she has changed legal constructs. Can you explain blue collar? Because right now I'm sitting in the back of the class and what you said went right over my head. You know, blue collar black, and he moves to the front of the class. Well, this time I think I moved back. I think I'm in the back of the class. I'm barely in the door right now. Mother Elaine, whew. It is my belief that they are still married. I just say that. That's my belief, though. But I like seeing both sides of the conversation. I want to hear both sides. That was an issue Apostle Paul addressed. All right, brother. You want to? El Cal said, "Go give the man $500 for bill of divorce." LL, problem solved. Hey, to be honest, because this is interesting. If a man took interest in her, would he be in adultery? Could he go to the husband? Hey, where's your husband? Let me go to your husband and see, will he issue a bill of divorce? Would that be adultery? Because he's still interested in a married woman. Bro, Daryl, I think you would be right. Woo! I like that, Mother Elaine. Like we say in the Bronx, no ticket, no lottery, no bill of divorce, no divorce. That's where I lean. But again, I like hearing both sides. Because if there's something that I missed, I have no problem being corrected. But that is where I lean. As tough as that is. Oh, okay. She should continue with her unbelieving husband if he is pleased to remain with her. Ooh. Oh, wait. Matthew 12:36. All right. Let's read Matthew 12:36. But I say to you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof on the day of judgment. If the unbeliever is satisfied to be with the believer, you are to remain in peace. Yes. What if the unbeliever is not remaining with the believer? I think the point is that even if the unbeliever did not want to remain with the believer, it doesn't say she's free to marry.
Okay.
I think she could pursue the rest of her life in peace, but she'd be single. She could find a custodian, somebody that would be over her that she could, but I don't think that she can go get married. Yes, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, blue collar. I see what you're saying now. Yes. Blue collar said, it gets hairy trying to homogenize two different legal constructs. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. Because it depends on the perspective. You see, if you're part of a church and you're a woman that is good looking and your husband abandoned you, sure, they're going to teach, yeah, you can get remarried because they want you. That's a good point, Bet. And I think, brother Bet, I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes in, is because we have two different laws taking place. And that could go into our study next week of, man, Torah was given to Israel. Christ was given to the nations. Woo! This is why I enjoy these conversations. By all means, brothers and sisters, do not. I am simply stating what I think. So I am like Paul right now. I am giving you what I think. I am telling you what the Torah says, but some of this stuff, the Bible, bill of divorce, okay. So I'm only telling you what I think. As long as he does not give you a bill of divorce, you are married to him. Don't matter if he leaves, hates your guts, or just wants to lead, wants to be living with you. I think she put it the most clear way possible, right there. And I think what Mother Elaine and Sister Azaria are doing is they have created a standard. They are upholding to the word of Yah, even to their own, what people would say, detriment. Because how easy would it be for the both of them to simply say, you know what? We went out there and we found a teacher of a ministry who has a lot of followers, and he said we can go get remarried. So we're going to go get remarried because he said so. They're sticking with what the book tells them to do. And I think that should put some depth to us as brothers. When we see that, what's our excuse? What's our excuse? What's our excuse? Why do we follow these bogus ideas that are out there in the world? So for me, I'll say for myself, if a woman was separated in any way, shape, or form without a bill of divorce, I won't be taking her. I won't even inquire. I wouldn't even inquire. I would not even inquire. Hey, sister, you married? Well, it's complicated. Well, I'm out then. Hey, sister, you married? Well, technically, he left me 2 years ago. All right, sis, bless you. Well, but I'm technically single. Technically, you're not. Technically. Although that is a really rough topic, and I could see how people could understand it either way. Even if a man gives a woman a legal bill of divorce, proper care should be taken in considering being with that divorced woman, especially if you know her ex-husband. Oh, okay. Bro, Daryl Vic, if I know her ex-husband, that's no. That's a hell no. I would say that's just being real. If I know the woman's ex-husband, no. Not a chance. Nope. Not interested. If he's a brother, no. If he gave her a bill of divorce, no. Nope. Zero chance. That's just keeping it real. Because I would say this. The only cause of divorce, according to the book, would be if he found some matter of uncleanliness in her. So let's say she's rebellious. Why would I be interested? Why would I be interested in a woman that had to get divorced by a brother that I know because of her rebellion, and then she gets with me and acts unrebellious? If a woman was divorced, or she gotten put away by her or divorced by her husband, and she said, and I knew him, I would tell her this, sis, this is from me and not Yah. You need to reconcile with your husband. You need to find a way to reconcile with him. And see, and what you said right there, Bet Barnes, that's what real abandonment did. See, it's not what these people are today are calling abandonment. Abandonment in ancient Israel would literally lead. I mean, it says, Paul said, you'd be worse than an infidel. So you're done if it's real abandonment. Right, El count, no peace. Right. Now that's just how I roll. Like I'm not about to roll. I'm not about to nah. I know your husband, or I knew your husband. I'm not doing that. Now this, out of fire. It does bring, this topic does bring a lot of questions, but see, I think the problem is this sort of confusion is not supposed to be wrought in Israel. In the faith, for those that keep the law, this sort of confusion should not be there. I think that's really the bigger point. Is okay, I can understand people that were married outside of the faith, but when you come to the faith, these sort of maritally confusing situations just should not be. That's what I would say. When things start getting convoluted and confusing in the faith, it's usually because it's confusion. And if there's confusion, I would just say this, brothers and sisters, if there's confusion, we know who the author is. I'd say that. Whew. There you go, Lion Pride. And that's how I look at a lot of things. When there is confusion going there in situations, I'm like, the fact that there's confusion here, out of fire, bless you, bro. I'm enjoying it too. When there's confusion taking place, that's when I'm like, hey. In fact, what does the Bible say? There's confusion. There's the Bible says there's every evil work. Is that what it says? Can you find that verse? Huh?
Yes, it does say that.
Find the verse though. Can you find the verse?
Yes, I did it.
Chris, what if the divorced husband died? Would you still not accept the woman if she's genuinely interested in you and wanting to be in a part of your household? Brother, I can honestly tell you this, bro. If I knew the woman's husband, I just couldn't. I would, if I knew the woman's husband and she was genuinely interested in me, I could not bring her in as a wife. The best that I could ever do for a sister whose husband died, and I knew the husband, is this. I will help, what was it? Be a custodian over you and the children until you have a son that can come of age. But I do not want to remove brother so-and-so's name. I do not want there to be confusion. So you can come into my house. You can get, we can get a place on the land, and you can be cared for, have the daily administrations met for you. But I am not going into you. I'm not kissing you. I'm not going to be falling in love with you. I'm not doing none of that. That's just how I roll.
Okay, the verse is the one with confusion. This is the one with envy, and then it mentions confusion.
Okay.
The other way around. So it's James 3:16.
James 3:16? Okay.
3:16.
And brother Aki said it best. I guess that's ultimately to the man's conviction. And that's my conviction. That's just mine. Because for me, I'd be worried about erasing your name in one way or another. And even if a person said, brother, I wouldn't be offended. I would. I just couldn't do it to a brother. I just couldn't. And that's just me. I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to say, hey brother, I know you're gone, whatever, but nah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. That's just me. What if she was his concubine with children produced? Now, I will say this. Concubine is something different. If the woman was a man's concubine, I could take that woman to my house. Wife? No. Concubine? I could do that. So if he kept her in any way as a lower... Are these chicks alive? Oh, yeah, they are. A low status like that, that's a different story. That's a different story. But as far as y'all were husband and wife, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Because if a man had a woman as a concubine, I'm like, oh, why didn't you marry her? I just want to know. It's kind of like, in the world, people used to look at me kind of different. They'd be like, if your boy had a girlfriend, well, my question is, why didn't you marry her? Why didn't you marry her? So that would be a whole different story if it was a concubine. I look at it another way. I would want my wife to remarry someone I knew and trusted to take care of her if I was dead, of course. But brother Gary, that is awesome. But I still couldn't. Let's say, brother, you were like, hey, brother Chris, if something happens to me, I would tell you, brother, I will take care of your wife. I will take care of her. I will not go into her, brother. I will make sure that she is cared for. And I will care for her as brother Gary's wife. And since I love brother Gary, I love brother Gary's wife. There you go. And that's the best I could do, bro. That's the best that I could do. Oh, Blue Collar said concubinage was actually only practiced by upper class Israelites, priests, kings, and wealthy like Jacob. Most LBA Israelites had average of 2 wives. Woo! There we go. Lion's Pride, Shabbat Shalom, bro. Shabbat Shalom. Wait. Every time I hear the word concubine, I can't help but to think that it's just a woman a man is shacking up with. Please let me know the difference. Hey, bro, that's just how I roll. You know what I'm saying? I would always see the sister as brother Gary's wife, brother Barnes' wife, blue collar scholar's wife. That's how I would see it. That's just my personal conviction. I'm not saying that somebody's wrong for doing it a different way. I'm just saying it. That's how I would. So if a brother said that, I'd be like, hey, bro, hey, she's never going to have to worry. So let's say it was an older woman. She can be like the mother in the house. Hey, we've got plenty of children here. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of children here in this house. So the sister could come in and she could help with the house, but I can't go into her because I'm always going to look at her and say, that's blue collar scholar's wife. That's blue collar scholar's wife. That's brother Gary Bromlin's wife. And I'm just being real with y'all. I love brother Gary enough to be willing to care for what is his without having to fuck it. If y'all get what I'm saying. And that's just my love and honor for Brother Gary. That's just the love I have for him. Hey, I'm sorry for the real candidness, but that's just how I roll. That's just how I roll. Chris, here's a question. You have a brother, your twin, and you love him deeply. You go everywhere together. He gets married, but when he passes away without having children, what do you do? I do what the Torah says. I do what the Torah says. And it would be a I am obeying the Torah. I am obeying the Torah. That's what it would be. I am obeying what the Torah says. And even that would be tough. that blue collar. That would be tough. But I'm gonna obey what the Torah says, because she none about to take off my shoe and spit in my face. Nah, she ain't doing that. I need my shoe back. Where you going with my shoe? But I'm just saying, as far as when you start adding things, because see, today's concubinage, I'm being real, and what we see today in concubinage is nothing but boyfriends and girlfriends. That's really what it is. When women ask me like, "Am I a concubine?" I'm like, "So you were just a girlfriend." That's basically what you were. Me or the shoe. Right, bro. Right. Bet said, in Israel, a concubine was a member of a man's house, not an outside woman. You see, but Bet Barnes, today, when we talk about concubinage, it's basically boyfriend and girlfriends. That's basically what from what I've experienced. You ask a man, so are you gonna marry her? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Wait. So y'all having sex, right? Yeah. Y'all married? Nah, I mean, we getting there. Y'all got children together? Yeah, we got a couple children. So y'all living together? Nah. Wait, you're not living? So she's your baby mama then, with some side benefits. That's what it is. She's an Israelite baby mama. Is there such thing as that, y'all? Israelite baby mamas? Is that a thing? So I have a hard time with that. Like if it's a husband or wife, okay. But today you got a lot of Israelite baby mamas. That's a whole different story. That's a whole different ballgame when you talk about Israelite baby mamas. What if they were shacking for 20 plus years with kids? Oof. Here's what I'm gonna say, Brother Aki. Here's what I'll say. Are y'all married? If they say no, then but Gary said, then they ain't Israelite. It's hard to, it would be hard to say that. It'd be hard to say that we are keeping the faith, but we can't get this fundamental thing of marriage down. Because remember, Yah is not the author of confusion. So if there's that much confusion, why? Why is there so much confusion going on? Dude, hey, are you going to marry her? Well, you know what I'm saying? I'm working on it. Then you shouldn't be fucking. Y'all shouldn't even be really getting down like that. You know what I'm saying? But yes, Brother Gary, I agree. Yes. However, you can be married without paperwork if all parties agree with what they're doing. And if there's a situation in which the man does not want to get married, then they're not married. Then they're not married. And that's the thing. And Brother Aki, I've seen it too. Here's where I get as a man. Bless you, Brother Daryl Vick. Bless you, bless you, bless you. As a man, I believe that it is full. Men need to clarify and to be very descriptive, very honest, very forthright with what they are doing. That, I believe, falls on the man. There should not be confusion in a woman that is part of your house, if she is part of your house. If I brought a woman into my house, she is not going to have to question what she is. I make the rules. I said everything so there's not confusion. Today, a lot of men deal with the confusion. That's just the issue. Listen, it's going to be simple. Like when Ebony came here, it was simple. It is simple. There's not going to be any confusion. You know what you're coming in. If you're coming in as an A, B, or C, you're going to be. It's known you're coming in as A or B or C. You don't have to question about it. You're not going to have to wonder. You're not going to have to it's not going to be a changing of title. Today, your wife. Tomorrow, your concubine. The day after that, your girlfriend. The day after that, you're just a woman that I'm hitting. None of that's going to be confusing. And I believe that that's more of what we need. We need men to be able to state what it is and let her decide, does she agree or not agree? But you can't have women coming in thinking that she's coming in as a wife and you're treating her like she's a girlfriend, but then tomorrow she's a wife. Whenever you want to hit it, she's a wife. Whenever you're mad at her, she's a girlfriend. Yeah, but other part, that's the way I am, brother. Yes, L count. Yes, that's it. It's yes or yes and no and no. I want to be as clear as day. So you're not going to come to me and be like, well, I was confused. No, you were not confused. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. And I just kind of, this is just my perception, my feelings. When a man cannot be clear and concise, it's probably because he's the type of dude that's not going to keep his word. He's the type of dude that is, he might be sending her away. He's that type. There you go, Adapari. Those are the terms and conditions. Please sign if you agree or tell me you don't agree. But either way, it's a wrap. So if you sign up and part of your sign up is 3 times a week, you want to twerk. Guess what you're about to do 3 times a week. I'm just being real. If I say, hey, part of this deal is 3 times a week, I get a 5-minute twerk session, or I get to chill, and you're gonna twerk. I don't want you coming out. You so caught up in the flesh? Did you say yes? You would twerk 3 times a week? I said you better shake it. That's how clear and concise I am. These cats are fighting. I got some cats outside. They fighting. Blue collars at home rules. That's the type. Oh God. That's the type of dude that I am. I'm not the type of dude that's gonna leave it all ambiguous and today you're this. I don't like that sort of stuff because it's confusing for everybody involved. If you're coming in as a wife, you're coming in as a wife. If you're coming in as a servant, you come in as a servant. but not this. Okay, you're this today, tomorrow. It kind of sounds like what I've seen in the faith today. I'm the head of the house, but now she's mad, so the pastor's the head of the house. Now I'm the head of the house again because she ain't got none, but now she got some, and she doesn't like what I'm teaching, so now the pastor's the head of the house, and now the elder comes in, so he's the head of the house. No. Mother Elaine said, in the outlaw communities, there is no paperwork. There is an official announcement from him, the president, to all the other men stating, this is my property patch holder. She's asked if she accepts. You see that? Mother Elaine, who came from the outlaw, for those of you who know what the outlaws are, I'm talking about the biker community, bikers. You see how plain it is? And you see there's not that confusion? And you see what she is honoring? Why in the biker community? See, this is the thing. This is why I truly honor Mother Elaine. Because in the faith, there is all this confusion, apparently. But she can come in as a biker. The people in the faith would say the bikers are heathens. They seem to be keeping their rules better than we do. I'm just saying. They seem to make sure that everything is clear, unlike us. I'm just saying. We'll be the first one to say they are the heathens, yet it seems to me that they're keeping their words. Multi-level patriarchy is a new Israelite trend. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Look at that. Bet Barnes said, yep, a private marriage contract. See, this stuff is not scientific. When me and Tanisha first got together, I told her, before we ever did anything physical, the time was coming. You can tell we had spent a couple days together, and the time was coming. We knew it. And the first night she spent the night at my house, she slept in the bed, slept on the floor. And y'all think I'm playing? I slept on the floor with the dog. And she slept in the bed. And then finally the tension started to get, the tension, what tension is, you know what I'm saying? Tension started getting a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, listen, you got my bed. You didn't sleep before today. I ain't got no problem saying that. So we talked, and I was like, listen, if we do this, you mind. So because if the possibility of you getting pregnant is there, you mind. I don't play that game. So decide what you want to do. Okay. No. I'm being serious. You better decide what you're going to do. Because I can walk away from this right now. Ain't going to be no hard feelings between me and you. But if you do this, you mind. And I came from a more concrete, where I was raised out, the areas I was raised in, and then growing up, people didn't run around calling themselves husbands or wives, but you knew who belonged to who, and it was that simple. You knew homeboy and homegirl were together, and you didn't nobody mess with that. You know what I'm saying? I was not from that organization, but from another club. Nothing but respect for them, though. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the correction. Yes, ma'am. When I got married the first time, the service was performed by a New Age preacher who was the former president of the local chapter of the Outlaws. So the stuff was just concrete. And I don't like this because I'm not a player. I'm not built to be one. I don't know how to be one. That shit just looks way too complicated, too many games. That's just too much shit. So I'm just going to be a straight up person. I'll tell you what it is, and you agree, yes or no. And she agreed. And then later on, because of what I was going through with the whole co-parenting thing, the woman that I had my previous children with was making it sound like I just had another woman with my children. So then we had to actually go in the system and get married, but that wasn't until a year or two later. For the sake of my custody with my previous children. But I just don't play that game. And it is my hope that in the faith, we stop playing that game. You got women bouncing around from dude to dude. Nobody's honoring, nobody's respecting, nobody's restoring. It's just playing the game. When is enough enough? When do we say, I value Yah's law, and if I am to have this woman, I am tasked with this responsibility of covering, or what was the other word? Covering or the word blue collar said. Man, I think that we just have to have enough respect for our own houses as men. That's just me. Anyways, I'm done. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Custody. Thank you. Blue collar. That's the word. Custody. Thank you. Come here and stay home with me. Done and finished. There you go. That LCAP. That's it. This is the vision. This is what I'm doing. This is how I live. You can take it. You can leave it. And if you leave it, I'm not going to be mad at you. I am not going to be mad at you. I will still promote you. I will still hope that you get covered. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, you don't want to sign up to my list, then I'm a sabotage you. No, I can sabotage you because I didn't marry you. You were honest with me. I want to see you covered, or the custodian, or have a custodian. One of the two. But I do not want to see women running around uncovered. That's the issue. Blue collar said, we know we can milk you. It was a setup. Anyways, brothers, and sisters and mothers, it has been an honor. Again, next week, we will cover the unequally yoked. And if Blue collar is not able to make it, we will, and he does a video, I will post a link in the description and as a top pinned comment of next Shabbat's live stream. And if you are interested in being on the live stream, I mean, showing your face, talking, please, if you're going to show up, if you're going to come into the chat and want to be on the screen, please show your face. I will post a link in. If you are interested and you've been on the channel for a minute, please email me so that I know that I actually have some interest, because I have to do another step in order to put the link into the chat. I have to get another phone active and logged in on another one of my accounts so I can use that phone to post the link in. But I would look forward to it either way. Excuse me. Either way. And maybe we could talk more about this whole marriage thing. I'm really enjoying these conversations. I'm hoping that it brings clarity to brothers, to sisters. And I'm not saying that we have all the answers here, because we don't have all the answers. But one thing you will see is you have patriarchal strong men having discussions, loving, respecting, not trespassing on each other. And at the end of it all, hey, I love my brothers. And they honor and respect each other as I respect them. And they respect me. And more than anything, that needs to be. And at the end of it all, Yah will bring all things, and he will correct all of our errors. And I thank him for that. I truly do thank him for that. So thank you all for the time. Thank you all for fellowshipping with me. I truly enjoyed it. Truly enjoyed it. I enjoy each and every one of these live streams. Bless you all. Discussions bring clarity, and clarity brings peace. Oh, I'm going to end with that. Oh, yes. Thank you, Mother Elaine. I like that. Discussions bring clarity, and clarity brings peace. Woo! Bless y'all. Have a blessed Shabbat and a day of rest. Shabbat Shalom.